gonna pop up. It ain't popping up on the screen. I gotta wait a minute. There we go. What's the vibes? The vibes are alright. I don't want this echo to happen. It's gonna happen. Alright. The vibes are good. I'm tired because I just woke up from like a nap. Well, a meditative nap, I guess. Kind of. I don't know what it was. It was a lot. But the vibes are good. The vibes are good. I can't complain. I'm still confused, and I don't know what is up with the crown. When's the next DJ set? I don't know. That's what I'm about to do. I'm about to just start doing my DJing solo instead of with the group I'm doing it with. We only DJ like once per 2 months, and everyone that DJs has been getting offers except for me. Mainly because I play music that isn't familiar where I'm at locally. But there is a organization in Louisville, which is about like an hour from here, like an hour, like almost 2 hours from where I'm at actually. But they host people who play my genre of music, so I'm gonna go with them. I'm gonna email them at some point once I get like a few mixes down, and get like a bunch of like record like videos and stuff from other mixes and stuff compiled up to send to them. It's like a resume type thing to see if I can get that going. And if I can't do that, I'm gonna do see if I can start something up to like for myself to get that going. Uh, but yeah, it's so weird because no matter it's like I have to just go about certain things in my life solo, just because it's like pioneering stuff. But yeah. But yeah, I have like all sorts of sets made. Like I have two that I've been needing to play out, and I was like trying to like promote it at one point. Like, hey, if anyone needs like a set or like a DJ, I have a whole like two sets made that I can play. And just no one replies. I think it's because I can't drive and no one wants to fucking do that. But like at the same time, like I don't know. I don't know. It's whatever. People are weird like that. But the vibes are good. I'm not back in action, but I was kind of guided to come back here for a second and like get back in the energy with like a new outlook, I guess. So that's kind of what I'm doing. And welcome in. How we doing? How we feeling? Yeah, I'm still on the whole break. It's doing well. I'm able to like think and stuff. I'm glad that you do. I do it from the heart, really. I want to help people out. I want to help people, learn different things and stuff because it's interesting. It's fun. Speaking about that, I'm actually writing another book. I started it last night. I only have like the intro of it, but it's talking about conditioned and unconditioned stimuli, and I'm gonna go through like all sorts of stuff with it, like down to like the neurological facts of like, um, yeah, the duality books even going kind of deep. I used a lot of like references in that, and that's kind of how I'm wanting to make this book as well, because like conditioned and unconditioned stimulus is like that is a huge thing when it comes down to like not only like manifestation in the sense of like it being spiritual, but down to like mental health and like very physical things as well. And not a lot of people talk about it, and if they do, they don't really talk about how the brain works with it. They just talk about how things on the outside correlate. They're not really mentioning like what actually triggers the brain to do those things, and how those things correlate, uh, which would help a lot of people, but not everyone needs it that deep. But I enjoy going back and forth with it like that. But yeah, that's what I do with all the books. I kind of like I don't know. I try to give best to both worlds, not just like to those looking for like this spiritual enlightenment, but also like how to actually incorporate it within the physical and how to like move with it. I think it's important to know how to do that, you know. But that's going to be a fun little project that I'm working on. Everything else like is kind of just not not even on hold. I've kind of like dropped every other project that I've worked on just so I don't have to carry any more weight. But this break has been very, very beneficial. Um, I've definitely needed it, and I still need to continue it. But today I just felt well enough to, and I was kind of guided to, so it's all good. But I'm glad you're enjoying the duality book too. Um, but yeah, if anyone is interested in the books, they're like $15. You just email me, and I send them over. You can use the website as well. Um, but regardless, like I have all sorts of books, and like the books that have like the duality books, and like the books on the ego and stuff. Since there's multiple of them, instead of paying like $30, you can just buy both of them in a bundle for 15 instead. Um, and stuff like that. Unless you want to, it doesn't really matter. But you know, we have all sorts of stuff just kind of lined up. Not really lined up anymore, but just out there. And then hopefully everyone else is doing well too. Hopefully everyone's feeling grand. And I don't know what these like what are the crowns for? What are these for? What is this XP about? I don't get it. I really don't get it. But yeah, if anyone has any questions about like tarot or anything of that nature, be sure to ask. You know, whether it's about like a specific card or like cards that you got that you might want a different interpretation on, or however, you know, I'm always down to do that. Yeah, I'm not really, I don't know, like, is it like, oh, the more you chat, the more you gain? Like, what's the purpose? Like, what does it give you other than the crown? But yeah, I don't know. They emailed me about it, but I didn't check it this time. This is the only time I didn't check an email. This is like, beta testing for something. I don't know what it is. I don't know how I got accepted to beta test. I didn't sign up for beta testing for anything. Uh, but they just threw it on the channel. That's pretty cool. But yeah. I don't know. I might just start pulling random cards and talking about them for a while. And seeing how that goes. I don't know. And this, okay, well, fuck, we'll talk about the Six of Pentacles, I guess. Sure. Even though we kind of already did on the strings, but I'll do that. But you know, Six of Pentacles, Taurus, in Moon. It's about it's really just the equal give and take. It's the balancing. You have like the scales there, the giving to one side. The Pentacles, however, you know, one side is imbalanced, the other side isn't. The side that would be in balance would be the physical, the right side, the masculine, the rational, and the side that isn't being, the side that is head. Not really sure what that signifies. But when I figure that out, I will definitely let you know. And I also don't know if the coins coming out of your hand count as the sixth pinnacle, or if the sixth pinnacle is the literal balancing of the masculine. These are still things that I'm kind of delving into, but at the end of the day, I feel like it could all mean that exact same thing. Meaning like the scale being that physical balance where the spiritual is gaining more, able to give that extra to the physical, while the giving to the spiritual is like the internal, the smaller pinnacles, not the larger ones. I guess in that sense could be read that way. I'd have to like talk to my mentor about it because he knows more and spitball ideas. But from the looks, you know, just from how I've delved into it, that's how it is. The six, that is the mind interacting interacting in a spiritual manner, or spiritualizing what's happening on the physical, or the five senses being elevated to the spiritual sense. The five senses are really just one sense, which is just touch, and then your higher senses like clairvoyance. Intuition, by the way, is not a higher thing. Intuition actually isn't even a thing. It's a realm of a consciousness. It's not that people are intuitive. It's that you're more apt, or working with that intuitive side, or you're, you know, wanting to become more aware. It's all about perception and sense, which goes down to like focus. You know, how much you're focusing, how much attention you're giving to it. Because while doing a lot of meditations, a lot of the terms that we use are kind of, they're routed in a really weird way to where they allow the rational mind to believe that it has something that someone else doesn't have, which isn't true. Which is the whole thing, we're made equal. People think that we're not made equal based on the physical sense, sure, but we're not physical beings. We are spiritual beings having a human being experience, or we're spiritual beings being human, I should say. I would be the best way to say it. So it's not really that anyone's gifted. It's that you allow yourself the focus and time to do those things. Whether those, you know, whether that focus and time came from past lives, past remembrances, or however, it's less of a gift and more of just a practice that's stayed intact. That's why even when you don't practice it, it doesn't leave. If it was a gift, it would have left. If you don't practice it, it would have been ripped from you. If you don't accept a gift, it would have been removed. The fact that it doesn't get removed, but just becomes a little bit harder to remember how to use, it's still there, you're still able to do it, shows that it's not a gift, it's part of you. It's the part of the rational mind that wants that giving, and then all this is tying in with the card of course. It's all about giving. This is all like the moon aspect of it, the conscious realm, the subconscious, or the intuitive mind, really, the consciousness under the consciousness, which really isn't the intuitive, because they're the inner duality of self, but we'll worry about that when we get there. But yeah, the rational mind works and operates off of the, you know, I have something, so I have to receive, or I give something, so I have to receive. And that's not how the intuitive works. The intuitive knows that when it does, it already has. It's that rational mind that needs the begging, which is why, again, the rational mind, the dude on the right, is closer to you in the middle, which needs, you know, that's you, the observer, and why the feminine is so far out. The masculine, the rational, wants to try and stay attached so it can receive more than the spiritual, since it can't really see or fully gratify what that spiritual sense has from it, without seeing it on the physical, or without even knowing that the feeling that's being felt is coming from a spiritual sense rather than a like mental awareness, or some, or like conscious control or something of that nature. And kind of what I mean by conscious control is like seeing something and then making that create the feeling rather than the feeling coming naturally. But regardless, kind of getting back on track to the Six of Pentacles a little bit more. It's all about the balancing of giving, and not just giving without receiving, or giving to a certain area. It's giving to the spiritual. It's knowing that the physical is already balanced out, and the urge to want more, or that pull to go out for more, isn't going to be caused by that physical outreach, as it already has everything on. You already have it. You know, the physical, the rational mind already has every tool, has every aspect that it needs to create more. It just needs that spiritual funding, and it's about actually funding yourself spiritually. You know, that's giving back to yourself, letting yourself feel the feelings that you've held in, giving yourself the rest, giving yourself the meditations, going into studies, learning something, doing things that actually replenish you. without the rational mind trying to attach something to it, or without the rational mind leading you in a sense of like greed or wanting something in that sense. And that's a lot about what the Six of Pentacles is about. Is just really giving back to that feminine nature, and not ignoring or drying out or, you know, abandoning the rational mind or the physical sense, because you shouldn't do that either. It's the same thing with people saying it's the ego's bad. The ego's not bad. You are the ego. If you say the ego is bad, it's because, well, unfortunately, you're a bad person to yourself, because you would base ego off of your own overstanding of ego and what your own ego would be able to grab from it. So that's just an observation of yourself. Your outlook on the world around you is who you truly are. If you think everything in the world is ass and horrible, then that's the description of who you are, because that's your experience of this realm. Where other people are experiencing other realm, you know, other feelings of it, you would choose to experience that. It's just that reflection of you. And the rational mind doesn't like to accept that, but that's just what it creates. And then it creates that barrier to protect you from it, because it overworks over time. But anyway, giving back to that spiritual sense, you know, actually nurturing yourself is what you need to do. The physical has everything, and that's why this scale is above its head. It's balanced. Even though you know that everything you need is there, and it's balanced, everything's fine, you already made it to that next level. It's about you feeling like, oh, I need to do more physical work. And Six of Pentacles reverse would be overworking yourself on the physical, drying out the spiritual resources, being like, oh, I deserve this, this, and that, while also not fueling yourself spiritually, while also not taking care of the things that you need to take care of spiritually. Whether that be talking to your ancestors, doing stuff for your ancestors, whatever you need to do, whatever spirit has, you know, spirit's been putting on you, whatever your spirit team, your angels, your guides, whomever, maybe putting on you, or just your intuitive mind itself just be picking up on. That's what you're needing to do to refill yourself spiritually. And the complication between that, knowing the intuitive self apart from the rational self, is because they operate together. They're not separate. They're two parts of you. It's the inner duality. If we're going to talk about duality at all, it's only on the inside. External duality is not a thing. That at that point it becomes polarity. You're no longer looking at it from a quote unquote inner outer state. You're looking at it from a higher and lower state, and that's not meaning like you're higher and lower beings, because that also doesn't exist. That's something else. That's kind of like a dogma to make you feel like you're unhealed or a bad person by saying that you're in your lower selves. That's not really how it is. That's where spirituality and religion kind of go hand in hand and create their dogma to keep people under like a trap. You yourself, it's not that you have a higher or lower, it's just you exist. And you either focus on the things that drag you down, and that doesn't make you a bad person, it just means that that's where your focus is. It's what you're wanting to solve. It's what you're wanting to complete. It's the polarity. You can't have one without the other. So you can't really have a higher and or lower self, because you're in the middle. You are the full thing. It's just really talking about your higher self, quote unquote, if you're going to use that term, would just be your intuitive mind, and your lower, and I don't even like saying it like that because it dirties it still. It doesn't like give the correct even information, but your lower self, quote unquote, would be the rational mind. But that, you know, even then that doesn't mean anything, unless you want to apply that to yourself, which I wouldn't. I would stop using those terms completely, but, you know, so we have to use them for a minute. No, welcome in everyone as well. But they're both parts of you. They're just consciousness of you. Your intuition, even though it's delivered from the heart space, you can only still mentalize it. This whole realm is mental. Every feeling that you get has some form of mental configuration. Your nervous system, your vagus system is all connected to the brain. So no matter what you feel, whether it's a physical sense or a spiritual sense, has to hit you mentally for you to feel it. That's just how we operate. We are a mind. And it's not about, paying attention to one and not paying attention to the other, but it's about getting them to work together. Your intuition shows you what you want and how to get to the end goal, and your rational mind is supposed to, and I'll say supposed to because sometimes it goes off track, you know, if we're not careful, is supposed to literally have the bricks, is supposed to be the masonry behind it. That goes to the Three of Pentacles as well. I might as well just pull that card out since I'm talking about it. But that's how it is. And I mean, I can go through all the cards and talk to it the same way with it. It's throughout the whole deck. But there are specific cards that really line up together like that. But again, like the intuitive mind would have the instructions, you know, the feminine have the instructions, and the rational mind, the oh my god, the bishop or the priest. I believe he's the bishop or the priest. I can't fully remember the term. I'd have to go look back in the notes. But I'm gonna say bishop for now. And the bishop is the one that you're looking at because you're looking for your thoughts. You're looking for the way out. The way out is with masculine forces by saying now is the time to move, but you won't know when to move until the feminine, the intuitive says, hey, let's do this. This would be a good time to do that. And that's just what we're focusing on in this. And thank you for the donation. I appreciate it, truly. But yeah, since I pulled out the Three of Pentacles is Capricorn and Mars. That is the working of orders. Mars is the Martian, obviously the martial laws, the alchemical order of life, you know, fire to water, water to air, air to earth. It's about doing things in the right order at the right time, about doing things lawfully, not just by any law, but by martial law. And with the Three of Pentacles, it shows you on the bench. I think it's called. I don't think it's called a scalpel. It's called something else, I think. But I'm gonna call it a bench for now. Sorry. You have the bench and you have the hammer and the chisel in your hand, and you're looking at the priest of the Pope, not the Pope, but the priest of the bishop. Excuse me. Waiting for the instructions to strike. And he's getting the instructions from the feminine who's cloaked. That's why she's wearing the hood and stuff. She's cloaked, but still bright, still there, but just not seen, with the instructions of how to move forward. And that's what's going on in that sense, is just showing you how to build that. And I don't know. I feel like the Three and the Six of Pentacles go hand in hand. I feel like the Six would come before the Three. In terms of like lesson wise, but by the numerology of how the cards go, it makes sense for that as well. And Three is just the opposite, the masculine, the feminine and masculine connectivity working together. It is not the combination of opposites, but it is the conjunction of two. It is the offspring of two, really. But yeah, and welcome in, Phoenix. And yeah, I'm back for a while today. I'm not fully in the full swing of things just yet. But yeah, I'm slowly getting back. I'm still needing a heavy rest, but I was just kind of told to just go live for a minute and see what happens. But yeah, we doing tarot card pulls still. We're doing tarot card, just random cards, and talking about them as well. We haven't even touched the Nine of Pentacles yet, but we can talk about it a little bit. Nine of Pentacles is Virgo and Venus. Venus, funnily enough, is not really about relationships or about love, as Western astrology would say it is. Venus is about being able to see the beauty in things. Venus is the beholder in that sense. It is the intuitive mind being able to see beauty in everything while also relaying it to the masculine mind, which is why Venus's two signs are Libra and Taurus, the balancing and moving forward elements of things. It's about seeing the beauty, seeing the purpose behind it, and moving forward from that heart space, from that knowing. Um, the Nine of Pentacles, though, is the test. It is the test to see if what you have around you uh, is beneficial for you. And not really if it's been, and even further than if it's beneficial for you, if it's something that actually is sustainable for you. And it's not in the sense of like, oh, I have all these things, but are you able to actually bask in the beauty of what you've done? Are you able to truly sit back and say the work that I have done, even if it's going a bit slow or the rewards of it are coming slow, which is the snail in the card, am I still able to see the beauty? Am I still able to follow the purpose behind it? Can I reconnect to the why again before trying to figure out the how, you know? And that's just what that's talking about. It's just really seeing the beauty, understanding that the wealth is within the work that you've made. Even though things move slow, it's about not seeing if things are going to keep you afloat, but seeing if you're able to keep yourself grounded while things around you blossom. It kind of reminds me of the Seven of Pentacles in a sense, where you end up getting impatient, overworking or overdoing things to try and get things to go faster. And after that waiting period, going from the 7 to the 8, where you begin to work back again, it's about seeing the work that you do now in a new light, seeing everything in a new way, and moving, not moving slower, but moving with more grace, moving with more dignity, not necessarily like just for yourself, but for everything around. Like, if you don't pour love within the craft, then how do you expect it to grow? And that's kind of the test the Nine of Pentacles is saying, is how much have you actually poured into what you're doing? How much are you actually pushing forward? What test is the physical showing you with what you've brought up? Is it trying to show you the beauty of a lesson that you're needing to learn, or is it trying to show you how to truly take the most advantage over what you have? It's so you can collect the boon that you've been working with. And welcome in, everyone. But yeah, I gotta like drink so much water. These tiny bottles are not gonna last. But yeah, with, again, just like with Venus, it's all about the beauty. It's about the beauty, the being able to see past the physical of it, you know. Because I mean, like, it's with, even with the cards, like all the vines, not everyone thinks that vines are good. Like, even like people even say like, oh, vines are just invasive or whatever, get rid of them, right? It's about knowing that just because it's vine is a grapevine, there's fruit that comes off the vine. It might seem invasive, there might be a lot of things going on and things surrounding you and entangling you, but everything that's around you is growing in new opportunity. The Nine of Pentacles can even just mean like going through a lot of, not necessarily, but it has, you know, depending on the card that comes after. If the Eight of Pentacles came after the Nine of Pentacles, or if like the Emperor came after the Nine of Pentacles, I would probably end up saying something like a door. Lots of doors are shutting for new ones to open, but it's about seeing the beauty of that transition and actually letting go of those old parts of you with grace, so that you can rule with a higher factor or work more steadily upon things that you're needing to do. But again, like, that just depends on what card will come up after. That's really how it is. But just by itself, it really is just about, you know, waiting, seeing what you've created, and also paying attention, letting the physical response, letting the world talk to you in that sense, letting the world be the messenger back to you. When you do something, how is the response back? Do you feel drained or do you feel happy? You know, even when you feel drained, is it exhaustion because you've put in the good work, or is it exhaustion because of something in the mental realm? We do and we don't at the same time. We can't really release our old self in the sense of like removing our past, because that's who we are. but it's about removing the past paradigms and cycles that part of us was in, so we can move forward with wisdom in things. So it's not about getting rid of things, it's not about sending your past self or your shadow into oblivion. It's about seeing what was healthy about it and seeing what was unhealthy about it. Like for me, my workaholic nature, it's good to be focused on work, but it's bad to extend your physical and mental health um just because you're a workaholic. Like you shouldn't do that. So it's about finding that full balance. Um because I don't know. I mean I say I don't know cuz I have a lot that I could speak on it when it comes down to it. Um Mainly because I'm also personally going through it, so it's more of like trying not to speak of it from a personal sense. Um, but yeah, Phoenix, I got you. But yeah, I'll get you after I finish this field. But yeah, it's just not allowing the past cycle, like the fear, like don't work out of fear. Your past self might have been, well, for me, obviously, my workaholic past self was working off of fear in some areas. So I had to really take a step back and see like this fear is like a mental fear, and this fear is based off of a past cycle that I've gone through already. And a lot of times when we go through when we go through past cycles again, it's not a punishment. Even though people would like to say it, I don't know why people like to like mix the dogma of being punished with religion and spirituality. You don't get punished. Like that's a human thing. Humans punish other people. Humans judge other people. That's a human, rational mind, fleshly thing. That's not what spirituality is about. It's not about controlling. It's about releasing, and that release is hard to do, and you start to see the parts of you that end up controlling you, whether it's under the grand scope of fear or not. That fear is being derived from a past event, and that's it all ties in. Like this is the whole thing that the whole book about conditioned and unconditioned stimuli is going to tie into that too. I'll talk about it there, but anyway, it's just seeing that aspect of self and not allowing it to not allowing it to control you moving forward, allowing it to be like a hazard light, like hey, this thing is coming up, like a road sign, like there's road work ahead, like you'll be alert by it. Okay, cool, now that I'm alert that something's up ahead, cool, but what can I do now to move past it, other than like you're not gonna panic and start swerving on the street because you see road work 5 miles ahead, right? Like that doesn't make any sense. But we as people literally fucking panic crazily when we get that first red flag. Well, not even a red flag. When we get that first like yellow flag, it's like, hey, watch out for this. It's like we panic about it instantly. We have to overstand and remember that it's a warning. It's not saying that it's going to happen. It's not prophecy. Like that's another thing. Like we overstand, like our mind creates everything. And we also forget that we have two halves of two different brains. We're working off of two different like areas of self. We're not just working off the side that's divine, we're working off the self that's, rational. Sometimes we get the idea from the divine, but we don't fully grasp it, so the rational mind gives us the answer to what we receive, and that answer usually ends up being a warning or like a protective measure to make sure that we're not, gonna fall down or something, and we take that as like, oh shit, this is bad, and go down that pipeline. And that that's like old patterns. Those are old patterns of like self-doubt, not believing in self, um and things of that nature. It's just about correcting that self. So it's, don't really get rid of yourself, don't get rid of your past self. That's not the goal, that's not the purpose, that's not the reason. It's really just being able to stay balanced between the two, and see like, even if you don't get the first answer, your thought is a reply to someone talking to you, and that someone being the intuitive self. You're just observing both those patterns talking. And the rational mind, is also the part of the mind when people talk about, oh, they're not your thoughts that's coming through and stuff like that. That's where the rational mind also kicks in, because it's not just your thoughts. It's what people have said to you in the past. It's what people have experienced in the past and exclaimed to you. It's about the movies and the media that you've watched where you've seen these things happen, and it sinks into you and you end up agreeing with it. All these things. And you have to understand that those are all scenarios that you've now took into yourself to not only help you but to also be a double-edged sword and stab you, because though it gives you an upper hand of being aware, being aware can also be dangerous. It can put you down that thought hole. Exactly. The intuitive self, the intuitive consciousness, exactly. When the rational, like, it's like, when you get the feeling of something big coming through, right? And it's like you're in the period, you're in the morphing period where you're in between lack and knowing that you're about to hit that abundant, that reward, right? It's where you don't get that signal anymore of like it's coming because you're physically in it. The rational mind can mainly pick up on that panic of that lack because that's what it's breaking free of. And it's not trying to constrain you to feel like that lack's there, but it's trying to keep it on the forefront so you can break through. That's the only way you can break through, is if you're actively like in that, when you're in that state of mind. And it's about remembering that the intuitive self is showing you that the reason this is on your mind so much is because you're about to break through. Feel the way that you need to feel. Get rid of the feelings that thought's bringing up, so that when you break through, it's not trailing behind you and making you way down. You'll actually break out and fly a bit. But yeah, let me get your reading real quick, Phoenix, before I go on too much of a spiel here and forget. And thank you so much again for the other donation. I truly appreciate love it. Yeah, that's what I'm kind of going through right now, Phoenix, with my stuff. With the break I'm on, I really didn't feel well enough to stream, but I was getting hints at it yesterday that it was gonna be today. And then I ended up purging a lot. I did a reading on myself and I started fucking crying. I purged a lot. I took a nap, and I'm back for a minute. But that's what we have to do sometimes. Like, sometimes we just have to get that purging out. Sometimes we have to. And if you can't cry, just breathe. Don't try and force yourself to cry. Don't beat yourself up because you can't cry. It took me a while to break that boundary of being okay to cry by myself even. So, just breathe. Work on just taking those deep breaths and soothing yourself, allowing yourself to know that you can, and then you'll be able to break through those. But right now, your first card, Phoenix, is the Queen of Cups. And with the Queen of Cups, this is all about nurturing the feeling, which, funnily enough, is what I was just talking about. We're kind of in the same boat, and that's really good because it's going to be really easy to help you through this. But right now, nurture your feelings. Give attention to them. Don't pay attention to what this side of your mind wants to say, where it's like, oh, feeling this way is bad, or you can't focus on that, or it's going to come true. Don't worry about that. That's a past way of being. That's you when you weren't aware of your full power. And this is when a part of you that might not have even been able to say no to certain thoughts because it felt like it deserved to experience certain things. Nurture those feelings. If you feel like something's falling apart, nurture it. Cry about it. That's the best way to connect and talk to benevolent forces around us. It really is. Talking to Mother, crying and nurturing yourself is a direct portal to the Divine Mother to keep you, nurtured, to keep you energized, to keep you on that right path. A lot of times we feel like expressing our feelings, or even if it's like screaming and yelling, dude, like, you have to get it out, especially because it's a full moon. coming up. Like that's a lot of like purging. A lot of the new cycles that we've already been through are halfway done now, and we're purging these old things. So allow yourself to feel that way. Not only that, but we had like one of the fastest solar flare storms. It was like 97.7. I forgot like what they measure it by, but it was like 97.7 fucking whatever the fuck, like the speed of it. And that was 2 days ago. It was a G1 and G2 storm though. So like, if you have to feel those feelings, let them. It's coming out. Like the anger, the rage, like the the parts of you that's like, I deserve this and I haven't received this. Let those parts out authentically, because then that allows you to release those blockages. We condition ourselves, not only just by ourselves, of course. It is by external forces, parents, friends, peers, people that are just saying, don't do that, don't get mad, don't cry, don't do all that, all those things that keeps you from expressing yourself. We have to break down those boundaries and really do that. So first step, express yourself authentically. If you're mad, start screaming. I don't care. I took a shower, and I was like banging on my chest and screaming. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I'll be full honest. Like, I was pissed off at one point, and I got it all out of my system. You might have feelings of feeling bad or regretting things that you said, but it's that authentic part of you. It's that rational mind that hasn't been trained to express itself in a healthy way, so then it has to explode out like that. And then you find your ways of exploding by yourself, so that you don't end up projecting it onto anyone. That allows you to see all the pressure that you've actually put onto yourself, all that pressure that you've put on yourself. And we tend to forget that, because again, it's like when we jump into spirituality, it's like, okay, I have to do this and that, I have to be good, but you don't remember that you already are good. It's spirituality is just about remembering, or remembering, becoming membered again, combining, being whole again. So don't beat yourself up if you have to scream or cry or punch pillows or throw shit around. Do what you got to do. Go to a rage room. If you feel sick about things and you have to purge, do that. Express yourself safely, of course, always, but do what you need to do. And then, funnily enough, King of Pentacles is your second card. After you it's like, I feel like right now is just a mastery of how you feel, learning how to truly be authentic. With the Queen going to the King, that's what you're needing to do. There's some feelings inside of you that are still immature. They haven't been experienced. They haven't been released, or seen in a specific light that they need to. And it's just about maturing in it. It's not about feeling like you're disrespecting or undeserving or however. It's about expressing yourself, and then allowing that new expression of self to be your new ground, to be the new area that you're on top of. Even here with the Queen, her feet's barely in the water. She's just now about to step into those waters to really feel those things, right? The waves are there. They're not big waves, but there's ripples being made. There's something forming. And with the King, you're literally sitting there on stone in the shaky waters. You're on top of it. You've expressed yourself. You've mastered how you feel, and you're being authentic. You know your worth, and you know that even though you can't demand from the flesh to do extra for you, you can exclaim it to the spiritual side. You can exclaim it to yourself, to get yourself to move in that nature, to get yourself on a new higher ground, so that you can move forward. And then the fish that's flying in the background, the ship that's in the background, the fish necklace, the overall ruling of the emotions, knowing what's in the water, being able to traverse things, new things within the water. The sails on the ship are red. It's the rational mind being able to actually surf the waves, surf those feelings, so it can actually get the nourishment, the fuel from the feminine, from that divine movement. And welcome everyone. And I'm doing I can do a few free readings for sure, but I'm doing majority donation ones. I've done a lot of free readings, and my guides have kind of been pushing on me to do this a little bit more, but I can do a few free readings for sure. but I am kind of keeping it a little bit towards the donation based ones. Yeah, I've done a lot of purging, Striker. I've done a lot of purging. Um, there's a lot of things I can't really talk about that's happening in the background, mainly because I'm like, aw. Uh, but yeah, I'm doing a lot better. I'm gonna send a message real quick. Alright. My stomach's good. My stomach's doing good. Yeah, I can do one for you. Oh yeah, with the perks for that, I'm kind of not doing any of the perks for the channel things anymore. All that kind of got a lot heavy for me at one point, so I kind of like took a step back from that. But yeah, my stomach's doing well. Uh, and for the phrase "will turn for all of us," I'll let it simmer in my head for a minute. But yeah, I can get you for a card surrounding work. I got you. So for right now with work, you have the Knight of Wands reverse. With the Knight of Wands reverse, right now there's not a full push forward. So whatever you're working on isn't quite ready to evolve to the next stage yet. It's still moving, it's still morphing, it's still working around. So really pay attention to that. Like, see what plans still need more work done to them, and see what plans need a bit more like reconfiguration, I guess, in that sense. But right now with work, whatever you're working on, something isn't quite ready to be moved to the next phase. Whether this is like an idea that, this idea that you're thinking on, don't quite make a move with it yet. With the Four of Pentacles being the follow-up card, definitely make sure that you're more, make sure that what you have right now is working before trying to evolve onto something grander. With four, really work with, the senses of time and matter. It might not be the right time. You might need to hold on and wait for something to move forward a little bit more. But at this time right now, definitely plan a bit more. It might not be the right time to initiate something, but you do have the right idea. You need to be a bit more intuitive with it. So, let what you have for the plan with this job, with this work, let it nurture you for now, but allow ideas to kind of cook in the background. Don't be apt to jump on it immediately, but pay attention to where it leads. But yeah, I get that. Damn. With my website that I have, it has all my stuff on it, but not many people go to it, for some reason. But yeah, I'm asking for parents for services, especially like when I come on live and stuff, just to help me keep afloat. Mainly to like the Venmo and stuff, because YouTube Pay does not fucking do anything. So like, that's why I have all that stuff in the pin. Because like, even though YouTube has like their donation system, I can't like get any of that money at all. So it doesn't really help keep me afloat per se. Because I end up going in debt every time I pay for the room. Yeah, like the that's why I have it in the pin, because like I don't like, that's the only issues like with the PayPal and Venmo and Cash App and Chime and stuff. That those are the best places to donate to stuff. Because with even with Chime, I have like $40 of what is it called? Spot Me. And that's been saving my ass. Because I'll get donations to get that filled back up, and then after that I'm usually fine. But yeah, because YouTube just, I don't know what it is. I've like I've looked at my stats. I've looked at it deeply. I've gone and like into my algorithm. I've seen like where my videos pop up and everything. It doesn't make sense. And I'm gonna out myself, and I'm gonna out YouTube because I need to be transparent about this. It doesn't make sense how at the start of my channel I was making like 1K a month, and that was sufficing me. Like even back then, like when I was running the channel, even in that situation that I was in, I was still able to like live that happy life, right? But now I'm still doing the same thing, like the same ethic. The only thing that's changed is my output is a lot more conscious. My output is a lot more directed. I have like a better voice, a better grasp of what I want to do. And when that happened, my revenue went from like 1K plus down to fucking $200 a month. And there's no like correlation between that and the increase and the decrease at all. My views have dropped, which is fine. Like that's just because like the changes of things, but my old videos still get the same amount of views as they did back then. You know what I mean? Like I still get comments on those videos to this day, like, and they get really big interaction still. So I don't get how my finances are all fucked up like that. So I just don't like YouTube. Um, Instagram is Instagram. You gotta get fucking Meta certified, but you gotta pay them money, and I gotta wait to do that. And TikTok, it's getting traction. Uh, I just have to do more. I guess I have to do more stuff with them. I'm not too sure what to do with the TikTok situation. I had it set up, but then it like disconnected, so I don't really know. Um, but yeah, I'm becoming a lot more upfront and direct with things like that, I guess, because I had to work through it not being pushy. I had to realize it wasn't me being pushy. It's just me doing what I need to do. You know what I mean? Because it's like I'm grateful for all donations no matter what, but it's also important to let the people donating know what the best way of actual support is. You know what I mean? Yeah. See, I would like to make my own app. I have little experience in coding. But I do have ideas for shit. Like, dude, I don't know. It's also like I'm trying to find a home for all my services, because I don't just do readings. Like I do all sorts of stuff. I do meditation music. I do like not Reiki, but Sekhem, which is the Egyptian energy healing. I do spiritual contract work. Like if you're having issues in spiritual court, I have that. I do Inaki and stuff. Like there's so many things that I like offer, and the website that I have, Big Cartel, on there, you can make one for free, but you can only have 5 services. Sorry, I had like a really bad hiccup that came through. I got choked on it. Um, but uh, but yeah, I can only put 5 services up on there, unless I pay, and it's just like all these things fucking gotta cost money. It's like I don't really know. I'd have to make my own stuff, of course, but you know, it's like find the people and the know-how and the whereabout. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff because like I might as well just get training because I used to, man. I used to know how to code. I didn't use it for anything good. I made like stupid pop-up errors, dude. I would make like just joke ones. And I wouldn't like it would just be like me doing it in like Notepad, just goofing off. Like I want to make a fucking alert that says you're stupid, yes or yes, and stuff like that. So I would just do that. So I know like basic HTML, but I don't. Well, no, that's not even HTML. That's like that's like fucking CSS, right? I forgot. It's been a while. I tried to learn Python and that was not fun, so I just switched to whatever the fuck it is. The other easy one. C plus. C plus, yeah. Oh god. Sorry. I'm having memories of it, but yeah. I used Dreamweaver, Adobe Dreamweaver when I had it pirated. So that was fun. But yeah, if people are wanting to help with that, I would be down because um I don't know. I need a place for all that stuff. And even though like websites like Big Cartel help, it's like I don't want to just keep it with my spiritual business. Like I would want it like if you would want to contact me for like shamantic DJ sets or whatever, or like book me for like an actual like DJ set, the one I would normally play or whatever, doing that for there too. All sorts of things, you know. And thank you for the donation. I appreciate love it. But I don't know. That's kind of where it's at. That's how the energy's been, and that's what my big purging has been doing. And it's very, very noticeable across everyone. Like all of my friends are getting up and getting at ideas, and I've been getting at ideas, and it's just like I want to have a home for all of it. I'm getting so many shits. But yeah, definitely. If you would like to help, DM me and I can and we can work on something and try to get something rolling. It wouldn't be paid up front, unfortunately, but when things got rolling and when revenue started clicking in, I would definitely be clicking it in like that. For people who help, and thank you for the donations for both. I appreciate them fully and truly. Thank you. Um, but yeah, I don't know. There's a lot going on. There's a lot that I've been thinking about, and a lot of it is just like fear of not being accepted, which I've not necessarily with like the tarot thing. I could give a fuck less about the tarot thing. It's more about my other adventures and what I'm doing. That that fear from that rooted from the tarot ended up leeching on everything else. So I had to like purge all that out and stop myself from fucking being in that place. Yeah, it is a rebellion. I'm literally like, it's not really me escaping my comfort zone. It's me just stop giving a fuck so much. Like I care so much. I have such a big heart that I like every like minute movement. I'm like, oh my god, I have to like be involved in this with my heart. My feelings have to be intertwined. No, it doesn't. It doesn't have to be anymore. And I'm like, I'm rebelling against that part. And it's shedding, it's like, it's the same thing that I've been talking about here. You know, it's why I'm able to talk about it so deeply because I'm actively doing it. I'm shedding that part of me that's like, oh, you're a bad person because you don't care. Well, the care means to be bothered. I don't want to be fucking bothered. So, unfortunately, I'm just not being bothered by that part of me that's like sulking in that energy still. Not really sulking in it, but is trying to drudge it back up in a sense. But yeah. I don't know, everything's going well. I can't really complain about nothing. However, the purging that I did really came into effect. Because I did some. I'm not gonna go into deep detail, but I did a little thingy, a little spell yesterday, and I had never in my life felt such a release in my life that it kind of shocked me and put me in a panic. But I know that it worked because today I have this same like chest feeling, but it's not heavy. It's just like the heart portal activation, I guess is what you could call it. The heart space opening up more, getting ready to receive more, and expanding in that sense. Because a lot of times when we do heal that like chest pain, it isn't like bad. Damn, fix your fucking oil your brakes. Damn. You don't need to hear all that. I feel it though. But no, it's most of the time. Sometimes when your chest is having that expansive, like that pull and tug, it's the heart space expanding and getting ready to accept larger quantities or a more authentic and more true to self version of what you want, which is cool. And that's just kind of what I had to work through and like breathe through. Especially being someone with a fucking big ass heart that ends up overgiving. They definitely like clogged and clustered the heart up a little bit, the heart space. So that was a really big and painful purge to do. But it happened. It's all good. Yeah, exactly. Like that's the thing. It's about living with a big heart, but not being naive to the part that you have to the fact that you have a big heart. Just because you have a big heart doesn't mean that you can't hurt yourself. Like I really like it's not that I had to like know that, but I really had to lock in with it because it's like the bigger the heart, the more the hurt because it really fucking sinks in sometimes. Ugh. That's all good. But yeah. If anyone needs cards pulled or have any questions about tarot, anything of that nature, I got you. Yeah, be careful of seeing 4 as a box. You don't want to get trapped in a box. Because the 4 transforms into a 5. I think that's like a masonry thing. You stare at the number 4 until it turns to 5. It's like it opens a door or something. It transforms into 5. I think, I'm not sure. It's something about 4 turning into 5 when you stare at it. I forgot where that roots in. Someone knows. Someone knows what I'm talking about. I'm floating around it, but I can't pinpoint it. for math problems. Yeah, welcome in, Stephen. How we doing? My bad, I zoned out there for a second, but yeah. I don't know. It's hit this. It's hit the quiet part. I can't. I gotta recombobulate. What the what? Oh, what the heck's going on? I broke my whole screen. Okay, we're back. That was weird. All right. I will not do that again. 7 and 8. 7 is the Sabbath. It is to wait, and 8. Damn, I gotta go to the tarot chart and look at that. Actually. Maybe we're doing donation-based card pulls today. So that's kind of what I'm waiting on, basically. Where's the number? The numerology is not up the top. It's like down through here. Goodness gracious. I'm supposed to know this chart. I don't even remember where one of the things is. Goodness gracious, I'm gonna get in trouble. No, I'm fine. No, but 8 is the completion. When things hit 8, it is when things are finished. It is the completion. It is the finishing of a project, the finishing of a program, the finishing of a pathway in that sense. But 7 is waiting on the divine to do what they do, so that you can move forward. And 8 is the completion, and then 9 is the test to see if it can stand the trials of time, and if it can, it goes to 10, and 10 is just one at a higher level. Yeah, the 8 of Swords is talking heavily about yeah, I'm thinking, I got the card in my head. I was confusing the 8 and the 9 of Swords for some reason. I don't know why. But the 8 of Swords is showing that there's a completion. It's showing that whatever thought process that you've been in is completed and you have the way out. The only thing that's keeping you bound is not knowing the exact way of how to do it. You have the solution, but you don't really have the path. The path will be formed when you start walking because you're not bound. Let me find the 8 of Swords actually. Because the swords are around, you know, they're not blocking off, but they are placed around, and you're blindfolded and bound, but the blindfold isn't on tight and the bindings are falling off of you. So it's the solution. You're finding the solution. All you have to do is walk that with that path in mind, because this none of the swords are in front. You know, you're able to walk. The path you have to walk is that heart space, the intuitive self, the nurturing, the water, being able to escape. Not really escape, but to move forward, because there's not really a need to escape. The 8 of Swords can even talk about someone leaving a very panicked mind state to find the solution, or believing that that they are stuck in a certain situation or a certain cycle, but find a thought form that frees that cycle. It's just about being brave enough to walk, and having enough courage, and knowing that that the path that, you know, has been thought of is going to work. And even in this, even in more deeper in symbology, the fact that it's the feminine that's bound or surrounded by the sword is showing that the heart space isn't quite shut off or restricted by the mind. Even though in reverse it does mean that, upright, it's showing that the heart is not as bound as it needs to be. And not, excuse me, that's wrong. It's not as bound as you think it is. My bad. And you're able to walk down the path. It's just a little bit scattered. Yeah, and 9 is the test. 10 is the transition. 9 is the test. 9 is like, are you able to do it? Like 9 of Swords is the Cain and Abel. Like you have Cain and Abel back there, the quilt of all the signs and all the roses, showing that you have all the possibilities. The golden pillow, meaning that just to rest, to lay down, and to get clarity, to see how things are moving. The swords are there, the headache, the migraines, the lack of sleep, maybe messages and dreams, nightmares. However, the lack of clarity within the mindset is what keeps the individual from moving forward. Which is why on the 10 of Swords, the person is on the ground with the 10 swords in their back. Not you know, not in the water, but, you know, by the water. They ended up sacrificing the heart space for the rational mind, allowing the rational mind to guide it rather than the heart space leading it down a path of detriment, getting almost to the goal but not being quite there. But the 9 is just that battle of like, can you do it, or do you know that you can do it, or do you not believe? You know, do you need to do something more? Do you need to go back to square 40 to plan some more before moving forward? Is there something that you need to do before the completion, or, you know, and making sure that that step is complete? And I got you, no worries. That's what I'm here to do. Yeah, exactly, Stephen. Don't hang swords above your bed. That yeah, it makes sense how that makes it, but it's the if you I don't know how good I can get this to show, but the knife is already in Cain's head. He's already threw the knife in Cain's head, and then that's the tree that they are beside. So some people might have drewn. Some people might draw it. I guess I'll say it that way. Fuck it. I hate English. Some people might draw it as a fencing match. But that knife is in Kane's right here, right in the third eye. It's been shut out. The heart space cannot work, which is why the headache is there. You know, with their higher self and the divine. Don't worry about having a higher self. That is spiritual dogma. Your higher self, quote unquote, doesn't exist. It's just it's just a higher knowing. You yourself are where you need to be. There's not a need to get higher or lower. You're walking the path destined for you. It's about listening to your intuitive consciousness, um, or being actively aware of your intuitive consciousness, just as much as you are aware as your rational consciousness. So being just as attuned to how you feel, to as you know, just as things on the outside. So if you're seeing a lot of things on the outside and that's causing you feelings, you should also be in tune to the feelings that come to you naturally without having a source of like cause or physical cause, in that sense. I hope that made sense. I might have just did word soup a little bit, but yeah, that is the gist. And if I didn't make sense, let me know, and I can say it again. I can say it better. But yeah, you're the whole like higher and lower self. It's not. It kind of is a weird way of holding you back in a sense. At least from what I've like overstood in meditating on it. Because implying that you have a lower self means that you yourself will end up lowering who you are, which means you're putting yourself below who you are now. That means, so like, let's say you see someone and you say, oh, they're less than me. You're putting them at their standard. I'm not saying anyone does that, but that's what you'd be comparing yourself to, which would be a detriment to yourself. That's just you being abusive, emotionally and mentally to yourself, even verbally in a sense. And saying that you have a higher self means that there is saying that there's a version of you that you can't reach, or is impossible to reach, or is more elevated than you, when that's not the case at all. It's about how aware you are of self. You know, your lower self, quote unquote, would be a lack of awareness, right? You could say it that way to get a true better meaning of it. And your higher self would just be a more aware version of who you are. So, you know, are you looking from underneath of yourself? Are you seeing yourself from like a past point of view, or are you seeing yourself as who you want to be in the future and taking those steps in the present? Right? It's not really about a higher or lower. It's just about you experiencing all the stages of you, um, and moving forward in that. Yeah. Cause like I don't know, we have every. It's really just about paying attention to that intuitive self. That's all we need to do. It's like we really do have everything on the physical. It's just about trusting in it. And we think that we put the trust in the physical, but we don't. Or sometimes we move forward putting trust in the physical, when when we don't need to, and we need to put the focus and the trust in the spiritual that's guiding us to that path, leading us on on the physical. You know, that's the conjoined, that's the conjunction, that's the working together of. Yeah, and having like a neutral viewpoint. Sorry, I'm multitasking again. You know how it be. I can't help it. Man, the cicadas been going crazy. I had like 5 cicadas fly in my room yesterday, and they are just so nice. They didn't make a single noise. I helped them out. One of them got stuck in the room. They couldn't find the way out. So I let them grab onto my finger and I let them out, and it was really cool. But the cicadas fucking love it over here, dude. I haven't uh, been around cicadas in a while, so having them around right now is very interesting. Especially, you know, like the whole symbology of like cicadas, like they don't, you know, the reemergence of self, you know, new things coming, a new season, re-embarking, you know, just how cicadas are. They don't emerge, but like every 3 to 7 years. So it's always cool. Yeah, I have cicada. They've been flying in the room. I woke up yesterday and there was one in the bathtub. I was getting ready to take me a spiritual shower. I opened the door and he was just sitting there in the tub. I was like, dude, what the fuck? Why are you in here? I, I picked him up. I was like, look, man, you can't. I gotta go. I gotta go do what I gotta do. Now they were quiet. When they came in the room, they're quiet. Everyone outside is making noise, but the ones that would fly in here, they just chilled out. They didn't make a damn noise. I don't, you know. I had a moment. I was meditating on it and trying to see what they were trying to say. So that was interesting. But damn, it was a very very interesting time. Like the past 2 days, nothing is they've been fucking flying all over the place. I bet they do. They fucking all day long they scream. But cicadas do make very good meditative background. If you can, if you don't get irritated by them, they do make very very good like meditative tracks. I will say. Um, I don't know like what frequency they resonate at, but it is a very very hypnotic and calming one, I will say. Dude, yeah, bees. I used to live around a lot of bees, but I haven't like meditated with bees yet. I should get bee noises and do that at some point. Mm. But yeah, I don't know. I was supposed to eat that. I forgot I have food right there. I was supposed to eat. God. I know what I'm gonna be doing here soon then. But yeah. Yeah. I'm not really sure what else to do. What? Jeez. That's so weird. Yeah, I don't know. People are going crazy. That's all I can say. I'm just glad I'm away from all that craziness. I don't have nothing crazy going on over here. That I know of, at least. I haven't checked the news. I don't want to. I want to keep. The last thing I heard on the news was Trump had, like, admitting that Biden died in like 2020 and that he's cloned. That's the only thing I've been caught up to date with. And, you know, I feel like that sums up everything that I need to know about what's gone on. And I don't think I need to know anything else more. I think after that happened, everything's happening. But again, like, the truth has to come out because, like, shit, time is running out. I mean, honestly, if you couldn't already tell that something was fucked up with Biden, like, he does not look like, dude, he doesn't look the same. Yeah, and everyone knows. Yeah, Jay-Z's a clone. Everyone knows that by now, dude. Holy shit. I hope, at least. I'm glad that shit's. I'm just glad that this clone stuff is getting out because holy shit, dude. Not that it hasn't though. Like obviously, people who know, and the fact that biogenetics has been worked on since the fucking 70s, and they've been making clones and all sorts of like shit since the 70s. Even before then, like think about the Russian fucking not the sleep experiment, but the one where they sewed a dog to like a woman's head to like a dog's body, or was it like a dog? No, it was two different dogs that they sewed together, and then like made a heart for. So I don't know. Like this stuff's already been out for ages. Like you just gotta, I don't know. You just gotta be out there to know, I guess. But all this stuff is like it. Gladly, it's coming out, but Jesus Christ, it's like about time. Can we start talking about that a little bit more? How like like I don't know if anyone remembers this, but last year they were announcing making like meat and food with like 3D printers, and I don't think anyone like really took that into consideration because probably half the meat that people are eating is still either 3D printed or again like children. But I mean, I'm not gonna delve too much into that. um, you know, definitely don't eat at McDonald's. I mean, at all. It's like no, not to do that. Yeah, the whole like transhumanism thing is definitely gonna get uh weird. Like I know people are into like, oh, I wish I was a cyborg, but you know, people like we're already getting people can already like tap into our energetic field just based off of us being the generator, off of our internal workings. Like we are a powerhouse. Every single person is. They they don't need to like be in your body to control you. So why the fuck are people gonna do that? And then like are you gonna have like a whole like sleeper agent agenda? Is that what's going on with these people who are gonna get like the biochips and shit in them? Or are they just gonna be part of the sleeper agent agenda now? Where they just fucking click one day and leave their children and wife and go out kill some random person and fucking off themselves in a hotel room, like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It makes right. See, like it can be a good thing, but we're but they're focusing on eating it. I'm pretty sure I mean they've already 3D printed a heart. They've already made like a, I don't want to call it an exoskeleton, but it kind of is, but it's like a mesh that goes over the heart that triggers electromagnetic pulses in it to keep it beating. And I think you can keep it beating for up to 5 hours. That was like when I looked at it in 2018, though. So it's probably got a lot better than now. But back then, it was like it could keep the person alive for I think like 5 or it's gonna be a range as 5 or 13 hours after the heart. stop beating. But they've had that for years too. And that was supposed to like um, kind of help with people who have pacemakers and eventually go to the lungs to help make the lungs spasm in a correct way to articulate breathing and stuff. But I don't know. All this stuff is there. Like it's again, it's like a double-edged sword. It's very helpful, but we also do stuff. I don't know. I think we should really be more observant to the fact that we can regrow organs and focusing on how to how to treat the body so we can regrow our organs naturally. Like the gallbladder can grow back, parts of your lung can grow back, your liver, your kidney can grow back. Like we should focus more on the actual biogenetics of the human rather than trying to like bio modify us. Yeah, we have 3 rows. We have 3 rows of teeth. There's so many things that like we. It's it's not that we've like have to like recover it, but yeah, like it. Like I don't know, dude. Like that would be really good for that. I don't know how, but I mean, someone will figure it out. Someone will end up making like a whole like mouth guard for people who have like dentures or like make partials or stuff, the people who need to regrow their teeth to do that, and they'll like just play like a specific frequency to like promote growth or stuff. That's gonna happen at some point. Like so the realm of somatics is really growing every day when it comes down, not only for like beneficial like health wise, but just like uh momentum building things and how like sound actually works and travels through stuff like. So I'm not even surprised. I mean, obviously, we already know there's frequencies that can help grow, the teeth and stuff. But it's more of like getting to the root and allowing it to grow like easier and without like, and then also like growing it for partials and keeping the sound isolated so it doesn't like grow other teeth behind teeth and cause more dental issues and stuff. Like, obviously, it's gonna have stuff to go through. Well, 5D Earth isn't really a thing. The higher the dimensions of what people think are not really what it is. It's just levels of consciousness. It's just about you, and it's not about a collective. It's about you, the individual, moving in the sea of things. The collective as a whole, as a human race, is different than what people think, and people want to like make micro groups of people, which isn't, again, a thing. It's just more about keeping the rational mind feeling like it's doing something grand and keeping you in that fleshly behavior of like believing that it's outside rather than knowing that it's inside, and placing labels on things. So you got to watch out for that, because modern day spirituality is just a religion in a very, very, very shiny, translucent coat. It does its best. It does its best, but it can't hide from me. I mean, again, you're focusing on the flesh. The flesh doesn't have anything to do with it. It's not about it's not about holding people responsible for what they did. The fact that they already did it shows that they're responsible for it. This is what people have to like understand. Y'all are trying to use human force on a matter that's actually already over. The past, stop focusing on it. All the things that people had already done, you can't change it. You have to use what you have right now, which is, again, it's funny because it shows how fleshly attached people are. You want to hold people responsible. You want to say this and that, and to point fingers at things. Well, what are you, the individual, doing to better that situation? Nothing. You're just pointing more fingers. So remove your flesh, remove your rational mind for trying to get people to have responsibility for something that they already took responsibility for doing it, and move in a way that's going to actually change it. That's the difference, and that's the whole thing with the spiritual community. They think they're doing something, they're not. They're sitting around walking in circles, parading around like they're doing something, and it's an abysmal fucking firestorm that they're stuck in. You have to just you have to detach. It's not up to you. You can't do it. It's not for you to do because it's already been done. So you just have to do something else. Don't focus on the past. That's how you make history repeat itself, is by focusing and giving so much attention to it, to where you bring up those issues again and cause it to explode again. That's what they want to happen. Fucking ignore that. Move forward. Stop pleasing the exact force that you're trying to stop. But again, like, that's stuff that people in spirituality don't want to hear, because they want to keep things like in la la land and away from like the truth of it. They'd rather please the rational mind and look outside rather than truly be inside. Well, that's just because of your own mentality. If the people who have been in that warfare, quote unquote, could just understand that it's themselves and not anyone else except for them, they wouldn't be in that warfare. But the fact that they keep projecting it outward is the fact that it's the issue. And even the fact is, you don't even know what 4D is. You don't even know what 3D is, because we live in a 2D reality. You can't see through this. What's on the back of this card? You don't know. You don't know what's on the back of this card. I could have another card put behind this card, face up, and you wouldn't know. If we were in a 3D reality, you'd be able to tell me, though. We're not. This is a 2D world. You don't know what 4D is. You don't know what 5D is. That stuff's made up. People don't know this shit. They're just making shit up and getting you confused and blocked up. If I do this, you don't know what's on the front. Based off of memory from the past, sure, but I could have switched the card. I could have put that card underneath the first card. You don't even know. If we were in a 3D, 4D reality, you'd be able to tell me what I just did. But you can't. I do this. This is the illusion of the 3D reality. This is the proof that we have that we live in some form of tangible reality that has an extra face that we can't see through. You don't understand that we live in a 2D reality. Until you grasp that and understand that 3D is the full illusion, then you can start to understand that there's no such thing as 4D, 5D, 6D, 12D. None of that shit's real. It's all about understanding. It's about consciousness and awareness. People are stuck in a 1D reality, experiencing a 2D reality, while trying to live in a 3D stasis, which is why they're so confused, because they're stuck in one dimension of seeing things one way without actually being able to see the 2 dimension, which is how long it is. Just being able to see how far it goes from one end to the other. The 3D is the depth, and that's where you start to dive into yourself. That's when you start to actually internalize, I'm more than the flesh. There's something else going on beyond this veil, and that's where you start to internalize and become 3D, where you start to get depth. And then you go back into time when you start messing with times and other things, going back to memories, thinking about the future. That's your 4D, because now you're messing with the realm of time. How long is it going to take you to go that deep and that long with what you have from point A to point B? All that stuff. Spiritual community doesn't know that, because they don't know basic science. They don't know what they're talking about. So don't use those terms. They're not real. You're attaching it to something that is not it, and that's why people are under attack, because you're not over it. You're not getting the wisdom. You're not actually knowing what you're saying. You're under circumstances that people put on top of you. Nah, because good and evil also doesn't exist. Good and evil is an inner duality, because duality itself doesn't exist on the external. It is an internal duality that portrays an external polarity. We operate on the realm of magnetism and poles on the physical. So we deal with polarity, not duality. For it to be duality means it has to be fighting, a duality. What you're living is fighting against each other, which is you fighting yourself. You know what to do, but you keep fighting, saying you can't do it because the external world is complicated, blah, blah, blah. And that's what we're dealing with. Good and evil isn't on that spectrum. Good and evil are judgments based off the rational mind from conditioned stimuli, from past behaviors that either you had experienced or you had done, or seen or witnessed, heard of. However, you experienced it in some way. It ended up attaching itself to you some way to identify it as being good or bad. We all choose our own life path. We all choose our own mission, even when it happens to beings that aren't fully conscious, or beings that don't seem like they fully deserved it. It's something that goes beyond the flesh, so you can't say it's good or bad, because that's again drawing it back to a fleshly behavior. It just all is happening for that person's greater good. It's happening because that soul needed it. And who is to say what's good or bad for that soul? Why would you take that responsibility to then claim that power over someone else and then have that to disrupt your own flow of nature moving forward? You know what I mean? And welcome in, Pooh. Yeah, wordplay. That's basically all you have to worry about. The book that I'm writing, definitely does a lot of wordplay. And for those that can grasp it and overstand it, you will get it. And for those that need to revert it back to its original way of spelling, you'll get it in a different way, but you'll still get the gist of it. But that's how I'm gonna be writing the books out for now on, is just like actually using different spellings of things, being a bit different with, in a sense. Ah, yeah, I get what you mean now, Steven. Yeah, exactly, dude. It's not gonna be like, it's gonna be slowly. In every book, it's gonna be more and more uh, prevalent is the word I'm looking for. It's gonna be more and more prevalent. But for this one, it's for the conditioned and unconditioned stimuli book that I'm writing. It's gonna start off with a lot of stuff in that sense. But yeah. Sorry if you can hear the typing. But yeah. If anyone, I'll pull in a few like free readings. If anyone needs any like free readings or anything of that nature, you know, 2 cards, I can do a few of those right now just to kind of fill in space. So I'm gonna be on here for a while. I'm not exhausted. I have plenty. Why are you upright? Okay, Queen of Wands. Anyway, I'm a lot more energized today, so I feel good. But I got you for a 2 card. What do you need the 2 card on? I got, and I'll hit you. And also, what the fuck are these? What are the crowns for? Do they only? It's for like the people who talk the most. What the fuck? So what do you get? Like, what's the purpose of this? Oh, it's just for what? It's just wow. Huh. It just doesn't do anything. It's just, I guess, to get people more active in like the chat. Yeah, I'm looking at like what it's about, and it's just a place. It says for fans, a place for fans to stand out in the community. The top 3 get special badges in the live chat. It resets every stream. And you just send chat messages or send supers or stickers and stuff to get the XP. That's kind of cool. I mean, I was just kind of confused. Um, but yeah, that's kind of cool. It's distracting as fuck for me because I keep looking at the chat. And I'm like, what is that crown doing? Still not quite used to it, but it's cool. The stream that I was really gonna ask that question on, the internet ended up cutting out all day for that stream, and that was fucking funny. I was like, why are there crowns above people's head in this stream? That was so funny to me. Anyway, I got you, Mastery. My bad. We have the 4 of Swords as your first card. So right now, you are told to rest. Right now is time to rest. Wait for the right time to rise. You might be feeling as if things are pressured against you, you know, signified by the 3 swords up there. You might feel pressure being put down on you, but you have the 1 sword underneath you, signifying, and it's all golden, signifying that it is the golden thought that you have the Ace of Swords, that you have the golden thought to move forward. It's just not time yet. And that time could be causing a lot of stress, a lot of anxiety, just a lot of unneeded pressure. So take time to rest. And I feel even more called to say, I mean, really rest. Like, take naps, sleep. Don't worry about interacting with anyone. Even if you feel like that's something you need to do, it might be more of a draining experience just because of all the pressure you have on. Or it might be feeling, excuse me, I don't want to like make you feel like you have any, but regardless, definitely take time for rest. Take time for meditation. Talk to your angels. Talk to Mother. Talk to Father. Talk to whoever. It's just a time to get aligned with the divine at this time, and to know that there are things moving. It's just not the right space to move forward, but you have what you need intact. And the second card is the Eight of Pentacles, and but the Eight of Pentacles, the things that you might be trying to work on certain things and they're not working out, and it's for that exact reason. You're not really supposed to be working on something, or at least working on something in a manner caused by stress. Be more aligned with what you're wanting. If you're wanting to work on something to alleviate a pain or a stress, be sure to actually do it with that in mind. Don't start it with the intention of, oh, I'm panicked, so since I'm panicked, I'm going to do this to help me out. Do it from a state of, I wish to be in this new state. Let me move forward to be in that state. But right now is just time to rest. Don't worry about the things that you're doing that aren't working out. That's just going to cause a lot more external pressure, a lot of more external like stress and issues that may arise. But just really just rest. You know, it's okay to plan, it's okay to hold plans and things, but don't overburden yourself either, right? But definitely, like, it's time to just rest. And funnily enough, that was during my rest period. I had to do that. I was very unsure how I was gonna stay floating with everything the way that it was without working. And I've stayed floating. Like, the divine comes through in ways, and they do what they got to do, and that's just what they're asking you to do at this time, is to trust and know that things are going to be given to you at the right time. But right now, you're just breaking those past barriers of, like, working out of stress or doing things out of panic, being too quick on your feet when you need to really rest. It's about giving back at this time heavily. Yeah, I that's how the readings have been for me, Steven. You'd be surprised. They haven't been like rough, but it's been like, you need to just stop. You need to stop worrying, you need to stop listening to your brain for a second and just lay down. Like, okay, my bad. My bad. But yeah, I got you, Mastery, and welcome in, Joe. I'm glad to see you as well. I'm feeling a lot better today. We'd be back in it a little bit. But yeah, if anyone needs, free readings, I'm doing a few of them now, just to kind of fill in space. Yeah, see, that's how it is for me as well, Joe. Like, I'm still like I'm still supposed to be resting, but I was told to kind of go stream. It was an intuitive nudge, and I also did a reading to kind of clarify. And it was like, yeah, I'm not really thinking about going live in a panic state, and I wasn't like having anything in mind when going live. I just kind of felt like doing it, so it was one of those nudges where I was like, yeah, you can just go live and do that for a minute, because I'm energized and well enough to do it. But I'm glad that that the rest is getting the blessings in. But definitely, like, if you're having a hard time like achieving something, just rest. Like, just take a day to sleep. And even I'll even go as far as this: if you are afraid of sleeping or like taking a rest or a nap or something because it's a time oriented thing and you don't want to oversleep and miss time, don't worry about that either. The rest that you need will come to you in a very good time. Like, I took like a 15-minute nap that felt like 3 hours, and I was just up and at 'em. I was ready. So don't stress yourself out about that, and don't decide to rest after you do something. After you complete the task that you need to do, don't rest after that. Rest before, so that you start to train yourself that you don't need to actually put in effort before you reward yourself or before you give to yourself. And rewriting that brain pattern like that is very helpful. So make sure you're doing things of that nature as well. Do catnaps be hitting? I don't know I don't know what they put in catnaps, but they fucking smack like upside the head. Yeah. See, same. I I'm not on meds, but same for the physical and mental. I had to dive into dude. Funnily enough, what really eased my mental health was diving into doing like my practices, like my Enochian magic and stuff, and doing that. And thank you for the dono, Stephen. I appreciate love that. Thank you. Um, but yeah, like I feel that I after I was doing like, because I finally found the book. Uh, I had this forever, and it's like kind of bent. It's not in too bad of a shape, but it's gone through a lot. And I finally found it, so I've been going through them for the past like 4 days, 6 days ish, and doing rituals, in them, kind of just keeping my energy clean and stuff, and that's helped out my mental. It's now more of me making sure that I actually get in my physical rest. I have a habit of like, oh, I'm rested up because my mind isn't running anymore. So let me go talk to my friends and then go fucking chaotic with my friends and then not sleep all night. And then be tired the next day. So I broke out of that cycle, but you know how it is. When you start to like work on yourself, you're like, oh, I want to go hang out with people again. It's like I don't have the energy to talk to anyone though. I really don't. I'll be like, oh, do you want a VC? And I just can't. I don't want to. Like it hurts the thought. Ah, yeah. No, Dada. Seriously, Steven, that's how it is. I'm rested. I rested for 30 minutes. It's time to do everything I did wrong in the first place to put me in that position and do it like 10 times more. But yeah, I get that, Joe. The switching from herbs to like steroids can definitely be a difficult. There are some herbs that that can help with that, but you know, if you were requested to take pharmaceuticals, you do what you have to do to help your body truly. Yeah, let me just relearn the lesson that I keep complaining about learning. But yeah, the rest is definitely good. Um, but yeah, I didn't realize how bad I overworked myself. Um, the first day that I didn't stream, I started throwing up blood. It was bad. It was awful. I had myself tore up. Dude, oh my, I threw up blood for 2 days. It wasn't like constant and it wasn't a lot, but like my stomach was not having it with me. It was not happy. It was way too acidic. Um, and it fucked me up really bad. So I learned my lesson. Yeah, I have issues letting people help sometimes too. Meetings Tuesdays and Thursdays, word. Fuck, I have to go to a meeting today then? Is that what you're saying? Is I'm forced to go to a meeting? Nah, it might be an ulcer. It could just be the way my stomach is, because I don't have any stomach lining at all. Like the mucus layer on my stomach is not existent. And with my gallbladder being gone, and it just haphazardly just dripping acid into my stomach at random, it could just be a plethora of things, you know. I have a lot of medical issues that doctors have just like given up on me and looking at, so I've just kind of ran with it. Mainly because, first of all, I'm not gonna be put on fentanyl because they keep offering me medications that are gonna just make me sick, that they know uh, that's gonna mess me up, and I can't take medicine anyway because of my stomach. And they put me on like this medicine that like made a fake mucus layer in my stomach, and that hurt me even more. Like that hurt my stomach way more, because then my ass stomach didn't realize that it was burning and it had like a protective layer, so it would burn through the fucking fake mucus layer that I had and then hit my stomach, and it made it even worse. So it was like my stomach is okay, like it's used to not having a lining, I guess. Like it's fine. My body's adapted to it. It's on the schedule, but it never actually happened. Word. Got you. But yeah, that was an event. And after I did that, I was like, I'm not streaming. Like I'm not working. I'm not streaming. I'm doing anything. I had like I have like a two emails to respond to, I think, and I just didn't respond to 'em. I couldn't. It was not in my jurisdiction to respond to anything or anyone. So I had that rest, and that was good. Yeah, if anyone else needs like a free reading, I'm still doing them for a minute. Mm, if I had that, I would. Um, it's been really weird. I think I've been on an intermediate fast, which is also not really good, but I've only been able to eat like one meal a day. Like I get the breakfast, and I somehow stretch it out all day. So that's been like really fun to do. Uh, but if they had ginger tea here, I would go after it because they have honey here. They just don't have ginger tea. They have green tea, which helps a little bit, but like I'd rather like ginger or like lemon herb or like lemongrass tea or something, you know? Because I feel like that would help. I feel like lemongrass tea would also help. Yeah, dude, I wish. Yeah, I'll be fine. I'll make it through this. It's just a very uh awkward. It's not stressful anymore. It's just awkward. Yeah, I tried going ginger ale. I mean, in Kentucky we have L8, which is like ginger ale but not because it has a fucking secret ingredient in it. But I tried ginger ale and it kind of helped, but like I don't need to be gassy. That's the exact opposite of what I want. It just like makes me bloated. But yeah, right now it's just a very awkward time, cause, dude, I'm losing my mind with all the signs I was getting. Cause like all the cicadas, like I don't know, not going into complete detail of all this stuff, but like having all those cicadas fly in the room after everything that I was doing was a huge good sign. Um, it's just I have to wait. So it's like awkward. It's not even stressful anymore. I'm just like, so what am I doing? Like, what do I do to fill in time? Because I'm supposed to be resting, but what am I supposed to be doing other than resting? What more is there? And I'm gonna take a bite of my damn food. I'm hungry. It's been staring at me forever. But yeah, we've been moving through it. It's been fine. Mm. I've never had ginger beer before, but I might have to check it out because I can't do like sugary drinks anymore, man. I can't. I have like I don't know. I can't drink sugary drinks anymore. I've done. I'm out. I'm like it's not for me. I've outgrown it. I'd rather just drink water and like kombucha and tea and like various juices and stuff. Which is good. I mean, it's not like a complaint, but last time I had like a sugary drink, like it was what was it? It was either a Sprite or a Dr. Pepper. Even though I drank it all, I didn't get any satisfaction from it, and I was just like left with a really weird feeling. And it wasn't like disgust or pain or anything. I was just like, what did I drink? Like I know what it tastes like, but what did I just do? I don't know. It hit me one day. I was like, what is this? The fuck is soda anyways? It's just a bunch of chemicals. What the fuck? What am I doing? I don't know. And I don't know. You know how it is. If you've gone through it or thought about it, you know how it is. You know what it is. But yeah, like I've been drinking a shit ton of water. Is this anything? Oh no. Damn. I gotta get more water. I gotta go downstairs and steal some more water. At some point. Oh lord. Why did I eat? Now I have the hiccups. Like come on, man. I eat and then I get the hiccups. Oh god. Yeah, the signs have been crazy, and like I've heard through the grapevine, and I know that some people probably also heard it or like got the message as well. But like June is supposed to be a very like angel filled month, where like it's a lot of like angelic protection, a lot of angelic interference. Well, not really interference, but like uh divine intervention. I would just say, lack of better terms right now, honestly. Is it gonna re? Is it gonna reconnect? There we go. I think it reconnected. Are we good? I think we're fine. If my camera moves, I'll see you. Yep, we're fine. Dude, that's what I need to do whenever I start sneezing. I do not like sneezing. Sneezing is not real. I don't care. Sneezing is just fake. It was invented by men. I'm not gonna fucking follow that law. Yeah, Divine, which just take a break. That's the thing. Like right now, I'm not really sure what my guides want me to fully do because they said rest, and I was like, okay, I'm resting, and they said, okay, go stream, and they're like, okay, cool, and I don't feel tired, and it's been a decently long stream, which is good. I'm not complaining at all. Uh, it's just really fun to kind of like think about a birthday. It's your birthday today? I didn't know it was your birthday. Happy birthday. What the fuck? You should have said that. There should be like a crown beside your name for your birthday. What the hell, YouTube? And yeah, of course. I got you. Birthday. I got you for the birthday pool. So your first card is the Page of Cups reverse. You're listening to feeling. You might be trying to interact with feeling with the intuitive self, but you're not quite getting the message clearly. So really take time to delve into the feeling, delve into what your feelings are trying to tell you. The way to do that is by, being in silence, sit still and listen, not having any sort of outside distractions, maybe have ambience in the background, like meditative track if you need to, the birds, the outside ambience, however, but really just get outside, ground, if you can get outside, of course. But if you can't, like invite the outdoors inside, and just sit and feel, wherever you feel like the not even pain, not just pain, but this any sensation, hone in on it. So let's say you lay down and all of a sudden, like, the soles of your feet begin to vibrate, right? Focus in on that. Look up, like, what does the sole of my foot mean? What does the sole of my left foot mean compared to my right? What is, like, if it's like a specific toe or a finger or like a part of the body, look up, like, what does this represent spiritually? What did the ancients think when they heard of this body part? What did they compare it to? What are the chakras that, like, relate with this? All those things, after delving into the feeling with it, so you can get like a better grasp. A lot of the times the Page of Cups doesn't talk just about listening to that feeling, but it also talks about engaging with it and really learning how to operate with it, because from the page comes the king, where that mastery is. The mastery isn't just like, um, knowing what it is, but it's about being able to study it, being able to move with it. And the right leg, I can look that up real quick. That's the wrong, I'm not going to say it. That's awful. So the right leg represents strength, action, and grounding. Obviously, you just said grounding too, so that's cool. In some, my goodness, in some contexts, it represents masculine aspect of the right side of the body, associating the assertiveness and a connection with the physical world. The right leg can also be seen as a sign of readiness, commitment, and a journey of self-discovery. But obviously, since it's the right, it has a lot to do with the masculine, the force, moving forward in that sense. But just diving into it, like, what thoughts pop up when you delve into your right leg? You know what I mean? Like, does like a certain memory pop up? Does an idea pop up? Pay close attention to those thoughts. Don't shush them away and disregard them, because when you're focusing on that point, it's showing you, hey, this is what's here. This is the quote unquote blockage, which is really a hurdle to jump over and into achieve over. And doing it in that sense. And again, Queen of Wands is here again. Excuse me. Well, yeah, kind of. The Queen of Wands is here, signifying that, nurturing the idea. So nurturing the idea of, like, oh, I got this. You're focusing on that point of the body. That idea comes to you. That thought comes to you. That oh, I should do this comes to you. Nurture that. See what that brings you. That doesn't mean to get up and take action, but because it's coming from the right leg, these are things that, like, you should take action towards. With it being like self-discovery, this might be allowing you to see a certain part of yourself that keeps you from moving forward with certain actions. It could be ideas that you have from the past that you started in the past but forgot about or let go of because you deemed it not to be worthy anymore. However this is for you, nurture that and allow it. With the sunflower there, allow it to see that light, allow it to be brought to that acknowledgement, to that, oh hey, this is what's going on. The black cat, the protection, the fertility, the knowing of, like, things are in the shadow, but what's in the shadow is that feminine element, that nurturing element of self. that protector from the unknown. So really focus in on that. I feel like that's kind of what you could be doing in this rest state to kind of help things move forward. Not saying that it might make you heal faster. You never really know. You know, the divine works in many ways, not really mysterious ways, but in many ways, because you can tell how the divine's going to move. It's just about, you know, seeing what path you're actually on and what a path you're aligned with to bring it to. But welcome in, everyone. Welcome in. But definitely, like, focus on that memory from when you were 9. Like, not only just like the memory, think about like where were you? How does that area relate with you? How do you feel about that memory? How did you feel back then? All those things, like it will build up to like a grander picture to help you kind of see what might be holding you back, or what even motivates you to move forward sometimes when you don't need to move forward. And that's gonna unwind a lot of that conditioned part of us where we end up being like, oh, we had to do this and that to get this and the other thing, and breaking down those boundaries and stuff. But yeah, I'm surprised I haven't got a call yet. You know, we usually get a call by now. It's probably because she knows. I mean, Rachel knows. Never mind. I'm not even confused. Rachel knows. She's gonna call at 1. Be like, you got it yet? It's all good. So yeah, I mean, shit, that's your sign then. Definitely, you know, take that introspection. Take some time to rest and do that. Because a lot of the time, like even when we rest, like working through things like that, it's like a mental rest. Because if our mind, our brain is out of whack, it's gonna affect our physical body. Because the only reason our mind would be in such a ramped up, activated state is because the acidic levels in our stomach is rised up, and that's causing the brain to be more active and ramp up in that sense. But yeah, you're on the right path for sure. Like if you got the confirmation of the black cat being there, you know, the fact that you already took the first steps to do that small thing, you're already on the right path. The fact that you're even like, if we're really gonna talk about it, the fact that you even asked for that reading shows that you're on the path. The fact that that would even cross your mind, right? That's a huge like thing that needs to be debunked. Is a lot of people think you have to be on the right path when you start seeing signs. No, you're on the right path when you make the decision. When you make the decision to stop doing something that you know is hurting you, that's when you're on the right path. Even when you think about it, like, oh, maybe I should stop doing that, you're on the right path. It's just about continuing on it. We don't really stray away sometimes. We just freeze up and don't move, and get into stagnation, which allows cycles to repeat. But you know, there's a lot of ways that it moves. There's a lot of ways it moves. But yeah, I got you. It's no worries, and hopefully your birthday goes very well. Huh. Alrighty. But yeah. I don't know. If anyone else needs some cards pulled, let me know. And I will get them. You know, donation based or free at this point, really, just to kind of fill in time. Because I don't know. I'm just waiting until I get the sign to hop off at this point. Yeah, I feel that. It's not always like a. I mean, it can definitely be a concern if you're like always doing it. But I've been in that mood of just randomly doing it with myself. Like I'll randomly just pull. Um. But yeah, I don't know. I've been pulling a lot of cards for myself recently just to figure out what the hell. Like I've gone all over. I've used every single deck basically that I have that's like different. I went through the angel deck. I went through the shadow. God, dude, I went all over the place. And it made sense. Like I got the answers, but I was just going fucking just bonkers one day. Yeah, I get that completely. I'll do the same thing all the time. Usually, like, if I'm in a state where I can't stop thinking, I'll I'll attempt to do a reading, or I'll at least get the cards out, and like write them down so I can like research them later. Not research them, but like delve into the reading later to get like a clearer message. Um, but I get that. I wish I had a salad, dude. Alright, bet I got you, Steven. Where would a salad even be around me that I could? I mean, Crackle Barrel has salads, but they have like, I don't want to get meat in it. I have to tell them to take it out. I might get me a salad today. Depending on how today goes, I might get me a salad. Alright, so your first card, Steven, is the Nine of Pentacles reverse. There is something that you're not seeing the full value of. You may be taking a boon or something that you've received in not in kind of like an advantage way, or as a crutch. You're not really seeing it as its full resourcefulness. You may be using it in like a one scope area. So kind of broaden that out. You also might be running through resources a little bit too quickly as well because of this test, which is showing that you aren't not that you're not, but that the plan that you had or the things that you're doing aren't fully blossomed yet. That's the word I'm thinking of. So really check where you're expending more of your time and energy where other than others. And as well, also, is that I'm kind of getting as well with the Nine of Pentacles reverse for like the energy check, is really make sure like what you're doing is actually gratifying to you. Don't just do things a bit more intentionally, a bit more consciously. Like if something doesn't benefit you, don't necessarily do it. Aw, thank you, John. It's a beautiful birthday wish to give me. Thank you. But yeah, make sure that what you're doing is actually beneficial for you. I feel like that might be another test. Like, are you, doing things to kill time, or are you doing things to spend time with? And really get that down. What things do you do to like kill time or to waste time, and what things are you doing to actually be productive or proactive within that time? Doesn't necessarily mean you need to finish anything or like have a product done. But is it benefiting something that you're desiring for the future, or is it just something that is circulating back through to warn you of that? And then the Page of Swords as your other card is a huge indicator of needing to really not only see this but to run with it. The Page of Swords, he's not looking at the sword, he's looking ahead. He's seeing what he can do when he's ready to strike, when he's fully matured, the path ahead. Even though his head's still somewhat in the clouds, he knows what he needs to do. He knows how to move forward. The birds overhead signify that there is a message coming through, that there is something that is going to be born, like there's something on the way, migrations moving. But there needs to be a more solid mental grasp of something before it fully becomes a big benefit. Planning more, thinking on something more, and again with like with the procrastination, coming up with a plan to like almost, if you can't get out of procrastination, come up with a plan to trick your mind into thinking that it's not procrastination, not out of fear but out of enjoyment. Again, Nine of Pentacles, make sure you're doing it out of like an actual like state that you need to. Don't do it just because you have to get it over with, right? I mean, if you have to use that as motivation, more power to you. But if you can find, I guess, like a better way to announce it to yourself to get it done, rather than making it seem like an obstacle or just like an annoyance, bringing a bit more fun into it will definitely help. Writing a letter is going to be hard to make fun. I don't know how to do that. But just plan on it. Like, and even if you don't do it all you don't have to do it all in one either. As well, Nine of Pentacles reverse, it's not something that's going to be completely done. You might just write a little bit of it now and then wait a few days and then write the rest of it later when you're in a different mindset. However that needs to be done. Really just kind of focus on that and see like where it's going to be beneficial and where it's going to be restrictive in that sense. Not necessarily towards out external events, but towards you, so that you can curate what you're desiring to happen a little bit easier in that sense. Yeah, just get started with it, you know? Just get started with it. Yeah, definitely get some ice cream today. Or something. I don't know. I feel like I would have a birthday salad. I'm not even gonna lie. I get weird stuff on my birthday, dude. Like the last birthday I had, what did I even get? I don't think I did a damn thing. Never mind. I don't think I did anything. Never mind. I don't have room to talk. Oh god. Oh, nice. That's nice. Yeah, but definitely have a good day today. That's always good. Wait a minute. That reminds me. Holy shit. I think it's one of my other friends' birthdays today, too. I'm pretty sure today's their birthday. Oh, heck yeah. I get that. I don't know what I'm gonna do for my next birthday. I got months to think about, so it's whatever. Yeah, you gotta get work on those wishes. You already he's wanting to get me a salad. I appreciate love that. I haven't had a salad in a while. And I think that's my favorite food. I used to like my favorite food used to be pizza, but it has hit a new area. Yeah, my birthday is in October though. It's October 19th. It's gonna be on a Sunday. What? Okay, cool. It's usually on a Thursday. My birthdays are usually on Thursdays. Or Wednesdays. Ew. I remember one day, I don't know what happened. It was only 1 year my birthday landed on a Wednesday, and I absolutely despised it. It was the worst. It was the worst birthday ever. Dude. It wasn't like bad, but I was like, dude, can't have my birthdays on Wednesday. It does not fit me. They're usually on Thursdays, and this one's on a Sunday, which is okay. I'm fine with that. This person that I was talking to, in a semi-romantical sense, his birthday was 3 days ago, and that was fun. We celebrated that with him, so I got to do that. That poor vacuum, dude. Dude, that poor vacuum is on his last legs. It can't move. Who are you on? Word. I'm sorry for the vacuum. This is funny. Oh, it ended a run. I'm still not feeling the end. And the cicadas are coming back. Vacuum came back. My bad, y'all. I can't really help it, but still. Hopefully everyone's doing well though. And again, anyone, oh my god, I can speak. If anyone needs free card, to free card, or want to do a donation to card, however, at this time, definitely. I feel like I'm supposed to be saying something though. Like my left ear is like opening up, and I'm something's happening. Like I'm being whispered something, but I need to, that's why I don't feel like ending it, because there's something like that needs to come out, like a message or something, and it just hasn't like registered yet, I guess. So I'm kind of just waiting for me to get the full gist of what I need to say. So I don't know. At this point in time, but yeah, we can pull out the other decks too, since we're just trying to chill in here, waiting and whatnot. So if anyone needs like Shadow Tarot or like an animal card from like this one, or an angel card, they can get those run into. It's perfectly fine. Because normally, like, I don't know, I just feel like there's another message that has to come out and it hasn't yet. I don't know if it's like, I don't know what it is, so I'm just gonna wait. I'm just gonna wait and see. Oh. Yeah, I might as well just start pulling random angel cards, honestly, at this point. That's what I'm feeling called to do. I'm just moving with the flow at this point. Whatever happens, happens. Okay. So the two cards that I just randomly pulled, I don't know, I feel like this is going to be a collective thing. Is Leap of Faith with Archangel Metatron, which is believe in yourself, listen to your heart, and do what gives you joy. And the Seven of Michael, there is a better course of actions available to you. Working alone may not be the best answer, and review all the details. Which kind of goes over really what we've been talking about for like the majority of the readings today, which is good. But regardless, dang. Well, that's good. You know that. Heck yeah. I don't know. I should probably charge my phone as well, because it's about to die. I'd rather not have that happen. stream. Oh. And the two other angels from the angel deck, it also adds up because it's open your heart, excuse me, open your heart with Archangel Samuel. Thank you, Samuel, for moving the barriers around my heart and new beginning. Thank you, angels, for opening up the doors to change. I am ready. So yeah, I mean, yeah, that's kind of how it's been. That's kind of how it feels for a lot of people. Is just going through a re-embarking, just really operating out of a newer, pure state. Ooh, I'm sorry to hear that, but welcome in. Welcome in. Yeah, and it's been a minute since I've been on. I've been on a break because I needed to take when I was like working myself to death, and really had to like draw back and like regroup myself. I'm doing well though. I'm doing good today. Just kind of chill and relaxing. Yeah, it's very. I feel that I want to live off grid too, like really bad. Yeah, eventually. Eventually. Yeah, because not a lot of people want to be part of a community. They just want to like hop in like when it's all finished. They don't really want to be part of the upbringing of it or the creation of it because they think it's too hard or however, you know. So that's the hard part of really doing it, is finding people who are actually determined and will stick on that path and not like jump off of it. Yeah, exactly. Like I wouldn't. Like it would have to start off small anyway. Um, so it could like branch off. But I would definitely start with a small group rather than a larger group. I need to even check this. Hold on. Is my website even like alive still? Okay, yeah, it is. Cool. I've noticed that sometimes it puts my website into like, okay, it's up still. That's so weird. Because I noticed one day it said that my website was under construction when it wasn't, and that was weird. Um, but I guess that's fixed. I guess that's fixed now. Yeah, if anyone needs cards pulled, let me know. I still don't know what that message is supposed to be. I guess it's just not supposed to be said yet. I don't know. Because every time I mention it, like it plops in, but I don't know like what it is yet. Dang. Now I'm getting tired. I think it's painted. I'm not sure. I have no idea. Uh, I don't think it's painted actually. No, it's wallpaper. I can see it. It's wallpaper. Or something. It might be like plasters or something. I'm not too sure. I wish I knew. I could just ask. I could just ask them and see what it is. I'll probably do that at some point. Yeah, it's definitely a good background. It's definitely like relaxing. I like it a lot actually. I don't know like what it is. It is like there's a barn. You can't see it. But it's over there. There's a barn. It's like a whole thing. There's like horse photos all around. It's very Kentucky. I'll leave it like that. It's very Kentucky. So if you don't know what Kentucky looks like, basically, it's the wallpaper and horses. I'm just pulling random cards for me at this point. Just bored, just seeing what I gotta look out for. I don't know. Apparently I'm beta testing it. I don't never signed up to beta test anything though, so I don't know how I have it. It's like a community thing. It doesn't really do anything. Like there's not really a purpose behind it other than to hopefully it increase engagement within live streams, I guess. But you get like XP for like typing in chat and seeing super chats and stickers. So I guess like that. I mean that's just what it's used for. So I don't know. It's kind of cool. But it only goes up to 3 places, so like, I don't know. Either you have to talk a lot. You get more XP for donating. I will say, I literally have the leaderboard on my access. It's like the people who have donated have a lot more XP. So I don't know how it's like gauged, but you know, I don't know. Yeah, they're trying to be more like Twitch, because a lot of people use YouTube for streaming rather than video uploading, which is fair. Like, I mean, most people want to do streaming anyway. It's not that it's just easier, but it's also a better like digestible format. Like it allows the users to actually connect, or like the people to actually connect, you know, to whoever they're watching. So in person, I like streaming more than uploading videos. That's just a me thing. I don't really like doing all that. I don't like running off of scripts and shit. It's just not. Not that I'm against it. I'm just not very good with it. I'd rather just roll off the tongue. But yeah. I kind of like where YouTube's getting more stream equivalent, but like they need to raise the revenue for streams or something, because it's ridiculous. You get more money for uploading videos than streaming, but more people use YouTube for streaming than uploading videos. So it's really weird. They gotta. I hope they fix that. Because that's the one thing that's why people don't like stream on YouTube, is you don't actually get revenue for like live viewers. You get them for like the views after it ends, which is really, really ass. They do. They take a lot from stuff like that. Shorts only give pennies. 1,000 views on a short is like a penny or like $1. If I have to go back and check, but it's not a lot. They are very fucking stingy with their fucking money, dude. YouTube is awful when it comes to paying their fucking people. And the fact that they only pay you at the end of the month as well, and you can't take out any money beforehand, is asinine. Like, I work here. I should be able to take out money if I fucking need it, right? But you can't do that apparently. No, it's just awful. Yeah, it's dude, they pay you between the 21st to the 26th. So it's not even on a specific day. You have a week, give or take. Oh, we might get it to you on the first day, we might give it to you on the last. You don't know. We don't know either. They don't fucking tell you. But they take a lot out, dude. Yeah, like it could, like at least bi-monthly. I mean not bi-monthly, but 2 times a month. Is that bi-monthly, right? Yeah. Or is bi-monthly every 2 months? I can't remember. Anyway, they should at least pay you like 2 month, like 2 times per month, and allow you to take out money if you need. And then like when you get paid the rest, just give you the rest of that amount bi-weekly. Thank you. Yeah, not bi-monthly. Wrong words. But yeah, they should do that because it's like it doesn't make sense to me. It might just be a me thing, but it don't make a damn lick of sense to me. I mean, YouTube is fucking crazy about it. Like, Twitch takes less from their streamers than YouTube does for anyone that uploads videos or streams. Like, Twitch has it to where, like, you actually get the money. Like, they have, like, the whole, like, subathon things and shit where you get the full amount. But they have, like, for the bits, you get every bit, I think. I think that is. I used to be affiliated and partnered with Twitch when I used to stream on there. I can't remember the full exact rulings. I probably can't. No, I can't. I'm not streaming anymore, so it's not even a breach of contract. So yeah, it's not good. Like, YouTube is fucking awful for what they do, and trying to get first of all. Trying to get Instagram to do anything is fucking stupid. Instagram is awful. Instagram is worse than any fucking platform I've seen in my life. I'd rather use Facebook Market and promotion from Facebook than Instagram, dude. Instagram is ass as fuck. And TikTok, I don't even want to talk about TikTok. TikTok's... I'm okay. I upload to both those platforms, but I don't get a damn lick of anything from either of them because you have to pay for Meta to even... You have to pay fucking Instagram and Meta money before you even get monetized. And TikTok is just asinine to try and get that because you either have to get lucky and blow up instantly or work your ass off to get it to work. It's... Dude. It's asinine. Yeah, I don't use social media unless it's just for those things. Like, that's just about it. It's just like uploading those things. It is not fun. The algorithms are so different from each other. It's just it's a chaotic. It's just not fun. I had a Facebook page. I just can't deal with Facebook. Facebook and Instagram are the same thing. I can't deal with them. But I post more on Instagram anyway. Like, I still keep the Instagram up regardless. It's just wild. Welcome in. How we doing? How we feeling? No, genuinely, every account gets its own, like, pothole to sit in. It's fucking weird. Yeah, I'm streaming way earlier than usual. I've been live for like 3 hours, which is, that's typical, I guess, kind of. 2-3 hour streams are normal. But yeah, I usually stream around this time or 2 o'clock. And that was because I would, like, stress out about getting the fucking room paid for and then stream. I'm just streaming. And I don't worry about things when they fucking hit later. 'Cause I don't give a fuck right now. Yeah, this is, and also it's also a weekday. It's Tuesday, so everyone's probably at work or just now getting like either on and or off break. So, you know, it's been fluctuating. And how am I doing? I'm doing well. I'm doing very well. Just relaxing, just hanging out and chilling. But yeah, usually when I stream around like 6 or 7 or like 5 to 7 is usually the best hour because that's when everyone's off work actually. And then like with my time zone, it's like I gotta, you know, since I'm Eastern, it's like there's I had to like calculate like there's most of my audience is actually from like Australia. Like it's Australia and Canada and the States. They're like my top. So I have to like calculate like what's the best time to stream for like all three of these. Because I mean, some of the Canadians, they're like it's like some of the Canadas. I mean, it's like same hour as me, and then I think it's east is an hour ahead, and then west is an hour behind. Yeah, and then we have California, and y'all are like what 5 6 hours behind me. It's like 1:28 p.m. right now. I don't know. I think it's like five. It depends on where you're at, even too. It's just like time zones are stupid, dude. They're crazy. They're all over the place. So it's just about getting all that down. Oh dang. Don't only 10? Jeez. We out here then. But yeah, that's another thing. Was like time zones. I don't really stress out about it. I just kind of stream really like whenever I feel the immediate urge to, or whenever I just get the notion to. Um, but yeah, I kind of just see people when I see them. And yeah, it's really funny to think about. Like some people are in the past and some people are in the future. I used to have a joke with one of my friends. They lived like, was it 13 hours ahead? I think it was 13 hours ahead of us. Well, of me and like one of my other friends, and we were making fun of him, be like, "You didn't tell us that today was gonna be so ass. Like, you could have like told you like you're hours ahead of us. You're literally in tomorrow. You could have told us that today was gonna be a bad day, or and all this stuff with them." And we had that joke running for a minute. We would always pull that stuff. Like, dude, like I just I just stubbed my toe. You could have at least warned me about it. Like you're literally a day ahead and you were talking to me yesterday. You could have figured it out. And welcome in, boo. Welcome in. How we feeling? How we doing? How we feeling? How we doing? I got the yawns. You go do that. Make sure you stay eating. You gotta stay up and eating sometimes. Hopefully you have a good day as well. Take care. Be safe. You know the drill. Huh? Interesting. I'm not really sure what that was about, but sure. You got nothing to do with me. That's for sure. Nope. Not mean to drop the deck. Hey, if anyone needs card pulls, let me know. I got you. I got you, boo. Let me type all this out real quick. Alrighty. Damn, Ellie. What book is that? It's very interesting. Just the way it words it. Got you. Word. Okay. I'm gonna look into that. Just the way it speaks about it. It's very interesting. So Boo, your first card is the Queen of Wands. I was gonna say the Six of Wands, my bad, but the Queen of Wands. Um, which says that nurturing the ideas right now is the way to go. Really allow the ideas that you're gathering, the thoughts that you're kind of having, allow those to show you the light, show you the path that you're walking on. The sunflowers they're representing, you needing to see the nurturing, needing to look towards the light, and the black cat is just representing the protection and the guidance that you're going to be having on that path as well. When moving through that shadow space, which in the shadow space just meaning the unknown, of course, as well. But with the Queen of Wands, definitely pay attention to the path that you're going down and seeing what you're nurturing on it. Are you nurturing, the aspects that are allowing you to walk down the path easier? Are you nurturing aspects that are causing a bit of anxiety or like impatience is the word I'm looking for, impatience. Just seeing how you nurture it and being sure that you are nurturing those things as well. Just get to the root of it. And with the High Priestess reverse, this is just saying that there is some hidden knowledge. There's some form of hidden wisdom that you aren't able to quite see yet. There's the hidden wisdom that you haven't quite grasped yet. That you're needing to fully embark in. And when you're nourishing, these thoughts, these ideas that are coming to you, that wisdom is going to be revealed. So again, it is kind of drawing back again to the whole point of like, are you focusing on the aspects of self where you are detrimenting to self, or are you focusing on the parts where you're actually able to motivate and move yourself forward through things? And that hidden knowledge, that feeling, that fuel, that water, that nurturing that's going to come from knowing that wisdom from the High Priestess, what's going to bring you closer together to yourself, so you can walk down the path a lot easier. So when you're focusing on the wrong things, instead of cutting out all your attention to it, focus on it in a different way. Instead of focusing on it as it being a block or a wall in front of you, ask it why it's there. Ask it the reasoning for why those things are coming up, and then you'll see how to move around it. You'll see how to maneuver around it easier. And yeah, I'm back. We're doing a lot better now, so we're good. Yeah, that's what you got to do. Don't ever like shush away things. Get to understand them. Get to know like why they're there. It gives you more power in that sense. It gives you more wisdom. It gives you more strength in that sense. Uh, no, it doesn't have anything about dream protection. In the angelic magic defense. Hmm. when when you're being chased by something in your dreams, it's showing you that you're running away from something. You're not really seeing what it is. You're threatened by its appearance. You're threatened by what it may hold, and instead of seeing it, you're avoiding it. So look at the things that you're being avoidant of when you're running away. Pay attention to what it is. If it's a monster or some form of thing of that nature, that's referring to the rational mind. If it's an animal, it's also referring to the rational mind. If it's a masculine figure, it's relative to the rational mind. If it's a specific person, it has to do with a feeling that came up between you and the individual when you were in there that you held on to, that's keeping you from doing it. If it's a feminine, it's same thing for that. Or it also could just be like something intuitive that you know that you keep running away from, and the masculine could also just be work that you're running away from and not doing in that sense. Okay, well, that's cool, I guess. Dang. bad. I'm like multitasking again. Oh my lord. What is this? I just got finished with that. And yeah, you can, Kay. I got you. Hold on, I gotta reply to this real quick. Okay. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Wait, did you want the shadow deck or just tarot on the shadow? I assume that you wanted the shadow deck. But yeah, did you want tarot on that or just shadow deck for that? No, I got you, okay. I just assumed it was going to be the shadow deck. Shadow deck, I got you. So your first card is Magic Ointment, which is 63. And I have a different way that I do these now. I don't really read out all the messages of it. I give the synopsis of what they both could mean together whenever I do these now. So it's a little bit different. And then you have Magic Circle after Magic Ointment, which is kind of funny. Okay. So with Magic Ointment and Magic Circle, it's heavily talking about like a change in security of seeing things in a new way, being empowered, you know, looking at things in a new way, and also while looking at things in a new way, you know, being in a more confident energy. So all in all, with Magic Ointment and Magic Circle, it's saying that for the shadow, really make sure that you're integrating the things within your shadow. And if you've been having a really rough, you know, shadow time, dark night of the soul. However, that it's been an integration session. It was integration period, excuse me. It was a time of, it was a period to really integrate the new you, and see which parts of the old you could really stand that test that the new you had. So it wasn't the fact that you were doing less. It wasn't the fact. It's not the fact that the feelings of like doubt or however they may be having. You know, however this is, the feelings that might have been heavy aren't um, punishment. It was just an old part of you that was shedding away, and now you're able to see things in like a brand new outlook in a sense. So really allow yourself to have the grace that these old parts of you are shedding off, and that things are working out, that things are going to be fine. It's just about working with this new vibrate, not this new vibration, but this new version, this new mentality, this new holding up of self, and keeping it away from getting drugged down by the other self. Well, that's what I got for the shadow for you. It's just learning to operate, learning to be within that new operating system itself, learning to configure to this new way of being, this new character that you're, not that you're changed, not new character, but new movement forward. you know being aware of that, just being able to see your situation, being able to see things in a new way, being able to see them in a way that's going to reflect what you're desiring in a sense. Be careful of that. Drinking in dreams can definitely mean that an external influence has control over you, or that you're overindulgent in acts that are not good for you at this time. And especially feeling the drunkenness um, in that state shows that it's not only affecting you within the spiritual, but it's also affecting you within the physical. So definitely take a close look at the things that you're indulgent over. Um, because those are things that may be holding you back and causing complications with the things you're doing. Yeah, definitely just be aware of that. Okay. Well, that's good, but still, it's you know, be careful just overindulgent with. What's that? I don't know what that is. Doesn't matter. But just be aware of like what you're overindulgent in. Where are things that are encompassing you and in a sense possessing you and changing your field of movement, your mood, your mentality, however. Um, well, I can tell you that karmic does not mean what you think it means. And I can tell you that a twin flame is not existent. So your spiritual awakening was not caused by anyone. It was just simply a realization within your own self, not caused by anyone external. You can't have a spiritual awakening caused by anyone else. It doesn't work like that. So no one else can make you aware of your spirituality other than you, or your spiritual nature, I should say. So no, the answer is no for that. hmm Paranormal doesn't mean spiritual. Though. Paranormal is its own thing in that sense. The paranormal events might have made you more aware of things, but they didn't cause anything. It was only an agreement between yourself that does it. Nothing on the outside can do anything. It's all about the internal that changes things on the external. So, though you went through those things and experienced those things, they didn't have any form of actual true shaping in what you went through. It's your own mindset and it's your own digestion project, the process that you go through while in those events that create that. It's all you, no one else. So before you get too sucked into the YouTube world of spirituality and tarot, I'm gonna just put a big roadblock there because all that shit's gonna get you confused and they're gonna lie to you and you're gonna be wondering why things aren't working out. You come to the right place. I'm the one of the few, very few that actually speak the truth about things with that. Um, so I'm glad that you stopped over here because most other people don't know what they're talking about when it comes down to it. I got you. But with the whole spiritual awakening, truly, it all comes from you. It, you know, the events, and what I mean by like people don't know what they're talking about on the YouTube's side of things is they will tell you about the events that happen to you from an external point of view. They'll keep you focusing on things outside of you. If you're wanting to be more aware of your spiritual nature, you go inside of yourself. You look within. Everything outside doesn't matter. Everything is truly within. When you walk down the journey, you begin to realize all the events, everything that everyone has done to you to a certain point, you know, to the point where you're at now, has been because you allowed that to happen to yourself because you did it to yourself. A good example, you know, I use myself as an example all the time. I used to always have this, you know, I always was like, people overlook me, people don't see me, people don't, you know, notice me in that sense. But that was because I was also blocking off parts of myself that I wasn't noticing. I was blocking off parts of myself that was saying, hey, go do this, the intuitive side of myself, right? The feminine side of me. That was like, hey, go do this, go do that. Doing these things is going to help you get what you desire. Here's the plan for it. All you have to do is walk that path. And I would ignore that side of me a lot, which made the external reality see, oh, you're not accepting that advice to walk down that path, so you don't actually want it. So let's give you what you're wanting, which is the exact thing that you keep claiming over your life. Um, Everyone in the spiritual community that I've read into on YouTube or Instagram or even TikTok, really, they'll talk about it in this sense from the masculine. They'll focus on the mind, they'll focus on the actions, the masculine energy, not the feminine energy, which is what we're coming back to, is the heart space. You don't move on the physical with the heart space, you get the plan. And it's not about removing your ego or killing your ego. It's about realizing you are the ego. Ego just means I in Latin. That's the origin of the word. It just means I. You are an I, you're a mind. You know, your third eye is you. It's you observing. That's who it is. You have the left, the feminine, the right, the masculine, and you in the middle. You're listening to two parts of you, two twins. These are two individuals of yourself inside of you that you're listening to, and they're guiding you. One has the goal and the plan, and the other one has to walk on the physical. And it's up to you, the observer, to get the information and to go. It's like, I want to go to the store, but I don't want to drive, right? So, or like, I want to go to the store to get X, Y, and Z. Better yet, I'll just use the fucking like eggs and bread scenario, because that's a good one to say. But like, you want to go to the store to get like eggs and bread, right? You don't know what store do you want to go to. You don't know how much it's going to cost. You don't know if you have enough gas to get there. All these other questions that the rational mind will come up with later. You have the plan. Go to the store, just get eggs and bread, right? So you go to the store, you get there, you had enough gas, everything's fine. You get to the store, you get the eggs and bread, but while you're there, your rational mind is going to say, oh, get all these other things. It's going to try and lead you off path. It's going to say, oh, you need this, you need that, you need all these other things, you know, based off of all the information that's taking in, the scents, the smells, the song and the music in the background that they use to like entice buyers and to keep them stuck in there, whatever, the lights and everything. That's the message with the rational mind, to keep you focused on this rather than the intuitive mind, which just has the full plan. And the whole gist of this is to really ground yourself into yourself. It's to become centered. And this is where people get, you know, words confused, because I'm going to use the word self-centered, which is just being centered in self. It doesn't mean anything bad. It just means you're centered in self. You're grounded. You are in between the two pillars, and you're able to, you know, do what you need to do. And that's what being spiritual is being centered in yourself, knowing who you are, knowing that things move around you and you don't move around things. The world revolves around you. Everything that you desire will come to you, but you have to walk that path to get it. And being brave enough and trusting in yourself enough to do so, you know, and that's why you do the shadow work, is to break those boundaries down and to see, this is why I'm afraid to do this. This is why I'm afraid to do that. That's not going to happen, though. That fear is just saying that this is a possibility that's going to happen. But because that fear is there, the intuitive side, the intuitive mind already has a plan to fix that. It's just about knowing that that warning shouldn't, you know, cancel out what the intuitive mind says. We have the intuitive consciousness and the rational consciousness. Intuition is not a gift. Everyone has intuition. Many people just don't focus on it. That's the issue. All gifts are is just focus. When you focus on something and you begin to pour your time and effort and energy into it, then you become well versed in it. And then to those who haven't poured enough time into that same thing that you've done are going to say that you're gifted. But it's not about being gifted. There's no such thing as being gifted. There's no gifts that the divine can give you. You have everything. So it's just about where are you going to spend your time focusing. You can't do everything, but you can. You just can't do everything in this one lifetime. That's why we're here for an eternity, to master everything that we desire to master, and then to do, to do it with that what we will. But many people get off on the wrong foot and say that, oh, you're very gifted, you're this and that, but you're not. And the reason why you're not is because literally everyone else is. It's not just you. And they prey on that, like, on that rational mind, like, oh, you're doing this and it's good, and only you all have this. And they call it a collective for a reason, to keep you trapped in somewhere, make you feel afraid that, oh, if you leave this or don't identify with these things, then, like, you won't be part of it. And it's a bunch of BS. So just be very careful with that. Spiritual journey is very fun, but there are people who are spiritual and they're in it for a fad, and they're just in it to rank people for money and shit. No, the soul is not consciousness. And the mind is not the ego. You are ego. Look up the origin of the word ego. It's I. You are an I. And you are also a mind. That is your polarity. You see and you move and you see. That's really it. The consciousness is split into two beings, and it's not soul. Soul is different. Mind is spirit. Soul is its own thing, and the mind holds consciousness. The mind holds two polarities, or internal dualities, better yet, and only internal dualities of the feminine, the intuitive consciousness, and the masculine, the rational consciousness. One where it's getting information from the source divine, and the other where it's getting information from the external world and the actions around you. It's not to do with the soul. The soul itself is the seat. It's where you're seated at. The body itself is the vehicle. And the mind is the chauffeur, and the heart is the navigator. And you are the one driving that car. And you're either going to listen to the navigator or the chauffeur. And that's where that's just how it goes. That's just where it moves. Because the mind itself is two minds. It's not one, it's two. It's a twin. It has equal parts. Not one is not higher, one is not more worthy than the other. They are both of the same. There's no such thing as the higher or lower self. Just as the same as there's no such thing as good and bad. Those are judgments based off a rational mind, where it's taking experiences and holding on to them tightly, generating its own feelings, and then creating its own path, rather than listening to the heart and seeing all as a whole. I've had 4 near-death experiences. You're talking to the one that knows a lot more than these people do. Um, my life has been very, very different. I've had 5, like 4 or 5 of them. One of them was like more of an astral, but it still was very effective on the physical. So, if you're gonna, I know all about this stuff, dude. This is stuff that's been ingrained in me. And of course, everyone has their own like walk, but everyone ends up back at Mother, regardless. Everyone returns home to Mother, regardless of what they see. It's just a matter of how open they actually are to receiving Mother, and knowing that she exists, rather than just focusing on Father and time and matter and the physical reality of things, which most people are super focused on those things whenever they have their near-death experience that then makes them shift. I'm opposite. I've known of Mother ever since I was a child, and I had my near-death experiences that got me deeper connections with Mother. People are talking about it from like a still of a point from ego, where they're focused on a god or a devil or heaven or hell and not really seeing what it actually is in its true tense. And welcome in, welcome in. What's your exciting news? I might be young in flesh, but I have way more experience than half of these people who are older. And it's mainly because I don't believe in lies. I don't believe, period. I get factual information. I'm pregnant, probably. Oh, damn. Congratulations, hopefully. Hopefully you are, and hopefully everything goes very smoothly as well. But congratulations, definitely. That's awesome. I hope everything ends up going very smoothly for that. I'm doing well. I'm doing well. I'm still kind of like on a break to rest, but I was told to come on today and do a stream for some, donation-based readings and stuff. I'm getting paid for my practices and everything. Because I've been doing a lot of just non-stop free readings, so it's time to put the axle down. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like doing a few months of free readings, proving like the skill that I have, to proving to people I know what tarot is, and I can decode these cards better than anyone on this fucking platform, except for like maybe one person. It's my fucking mentor. Like, I feel like it's okay now to do that, because it's like, but yeah, definitely. But yeah, I needed a bad break, because it got to the point, the first day of the break I ended up throwing up blood for 2 days straight, and that was not fun. At all. It fucking sucked. But I got rid of that, and that ended. Yeah, like I worked myself to the bone, and I was just like, I'm not getting anything out of it. Like YouTube revenue, still same ass as it used to be. Fucking the donations, they died down a lot during that period, and it was just like I was working myself without getting any form of like replenishing, and it was just not it at all. So I broke down and slowly started to build myself up. Yeah, I had to go through all that the hard way, unfortunately, but it's all good now. Uh, it is almost 3. That's when I gotta go pay for the room. Honestly. But yeah, I took my break. I'm good. I don't know how often I'll be streaming, and I don't know if the streams will be this long again or not. Um, but I'm definitely like slowly getting back into things. I'm also working on a book, talking about conditioned and unconditioned stimuli, and like how to recognize it, how to break the patterns of it, backing it up with like neurological facts and everything in that sense. So that's going to be fun to do. I've had that on my mind for a while. But yeah, same old, same old. What do I heal? I heal the soul. I connect you back to Mother. That's all the healing you need. I heal the soul. Soothing the mind, reminding the mind that it's more than just one thing. It's a twin. It has a sister that's right next to it that it could just talk to, but it refuses to. And I'm here to remind you. How do I do that? I just remind you about Mother. I break down the truth of what the consciousness are, how we are a twin individual. There's two. The medium I use to break that is with tarot, because through tarot you find out all these things. But you are a twin individual. Even going down to your brain, you have two halves. You have one half of two brains. You have a right side and a left side. Dolphins have two right sides and two left sides, also known as two whole brains. That's the difference between us and them. They already have that full connection. Realize that's why they're so fucking smart and why they can do all the shit that they can. They're connected to the full and divine in that sense. Yeah, I read cards, but that's not all I do. It's just one of the mediums that I choose. Simply because it's in the cards. It's irreplaceable, it's irreversible. Yeah, I got you. What's your question? No, because tarot doesn't tell you that. The truth of that question is you already know why they're mad, because you already have that question. You have the result on the physical. So there's things inside of you that already know why that girlfriend is mad at you. There just needs to be an actualization of it, a realization of it as well, to remember why, to see what actions truly you took, separating it from the rational mind and its agreement to things, and stepping into the heart space and understanding the full effect that you had on it, and not just remembering yourself in that sense. Because all tarot is going to do is tell you about your relationship with yourself. It doesn't tell you about anything about anyone else. And people who read cards like that are A, uneducated because they don't know what tarot is, and B, lying to people and scamming them. Keeping people focused on the wrong thing. I mean, that's just an opinion at the end of the day, so. Yeah, I'm fine, I'm good. I'm fine. There's just things on my mind that aren't really conflicting, but they're nudging and trying to be conflicting right now. So it's more of just grounding and I look pale. I don't look pale. I'm fine. I look normal. I don't need any of that projected on me. I'm fine. I look fine. I feel fine. And y'all don't be fighting in here. Quit. And come on. This is not the place for that. You should know that, definitely. We don't do that around here. What the fuck? Yeah, we have a respect thing here, you know. No matter what walk of life people have, you know, they're welcome. There's no need to shush them away. That ain't how I vibe. That ain't how I rule my world. I'm trying to keep that, you know, across all things. But it's all no worries and stuff. It's no bad. I ain't mad or nothing. Ain't nothing to get mad over. But yeah, we keep it chill like that over here. We're about bringing people together, removing the you know, the separation. Alright. Don't knock it off, come on. I know the chat's dry, but we don't need all that in there, come on. Y'all be playing around too much. It's nothing, y'all good. No, I don't roll that way. I roll the opposite way. Come on, y'all, quit now. Goodness gracious. Goodness. Y'all being out of pocket. What the hell going on? This full moon solar flare energy got people acting up. Got everyone acting up. God dang. Don't be dragging me into this. I've been telling y'all to quit. I ain't part of it. I'm just you know, y'all fuck around, play around too much up in here. I ain't laughing at no one. Don't be putting nothing of that on me. I'm okay. Yeah, I laugh. I don't mean I'm laughing at anyone. I'm laughing at what you said. I ain't laughing at no one in particular. You could put any other name in front of there. I was probably left. Y'all gotta quit. This is not what my energy is up in this stream. I'll put both y'all in timeout. I don't want none of this. Y'all stop this right now, deadass. I'm gonna put everyone in timeout. I sound nonchalant about it, but next comment I see like that, I'm timing you out, deadass. Like, come on. I know. We don't need to be doing that up in here. I'm good. Everyone else is good. We just gotta simmer down. It ain't. This is not like how the stream is. Today is wacky like that. So, I guess. Yeah, we good. We chill. Ain't nothing wrong. I'll just be wilding out up here. It'd be crazy. You hate change? Why you hate change? Why are you in a disagreement with things changing? Oh, never mind. Man, don't be saying, hey, I gotta time you out now. If you're just gonna be doing that, I'll put you in timeout. I just said. Oh, was that the wrong thing? Hold up, I can put you back out in timeout here. Let me do this. I'll change it for 10 seconds. My bad. I got the wrong message. Every message is popping out weird. Dude's name is changed. Everything's name is changed. I think it should be, the timeout should be over now. I think it switched up to 10 seconds. If not, my bad. Things be out of pocket though. But yeah, don't be spreading no hate. Come on. That is the polar, that's not even a polar opposite. That's a different playing field. We don't mess with it over here. Come on. Nice speaking to you as well. Take care, y'all. With that and being said, I am gonna head off as well. It's about to be 2:40. I gotta go see if I got enough to pay the room bill. And then other shit, I guess, after that. But thank you all so much for being here. Thank you all for stopping in, for the questions, for the talks and everything. Thank you all so much for the donations as well. I truly love each and every one of y'all to the moon and back tenfold and forever, and I will see you all later. If you are interested, excuse me, before I leave, if you are interested in like donating or like any of my services or anything of that nature, I have my website and my email in the description, as well as donation stuff in there as well. But I will see you all later. Thank you all for stopping by. I love you all to the moon and back tenfold and forever.